Hello, everybody, and
Oh,
welcome
hamburger.
to another episode of Galavants through Rashiva. I don't really have anything else to say.
Yeah,
This
honestly,
time, I'm not dying of laughter. You know,
no, see,
this
that's
time
Val's
it
deal.
Wow. Are you suggesting that I stay?
Actually, is, Fox, are you here?
Fox?
No, I took them over.
I forgot
They're
I was
now-
muted.
Nice, good job.
Like I said, we're now one.
See, we need a meme at this point, or we need, like, a chat emote for check the mic, for the numerous times each of us have, at least on some occasion, left ourselves on mute. Like, I don't really care how many viewers we have. For at least the one person that's there, we need a check mic emote. Alright. We are, however, today picking up where we last left off. A seafaring adventure, a battle against boats, a bit of the old swashbuckling action. Although, provided the party does not mind, I had actually wanted to zoom in on what was occurring with Gideon Island side, being as there were pirates attacking he and the village which had been providing him hospitality while you all had been making your way to reach him.
Fine with me, considering the focus of how the end of last session was the party.
Alright. Then we shall indeed zoom right in on Gideon. And Gideon, we're going to get right off to a hard start here. You are stood there on the shoreline. You are grappling with a pirate and manage to twist him and toss him off to one side. You have been effectively the bulwark of this village. Villagers behind you standing ready to defend, but they aren't equipped for this. You look at them and you'd be able to guess that if you let any one of these pirates past you, just one of them would do untold damage. So there you stand, one opponent tossed to the ground, but he soon rises, and you are able to recollect your sword, which had been knocked aside as this pirate had managed to get hold of you. There's 5 of them and 1 of you. They glare at you, their blades gleam in the light. You can see your friends approaching on their ship. You recognize the spell casting of Mara. You recognize the maneuvering of Dr. Gavin. You can see Barrick and Val on the deck. Even Gloria you see stood there, and they are doing battle with one vessel. You manage to witness them making what appears to be a sinking blow against this other ship. But you must turn your attention back to the opponents at hand. Go ahead and roll me some initiative, baby!
Alright, I have to move my computer upstairs, and you're gonna time it close, so I'll do it in 1 moment. The moment I have the thing back up.
Who's rolling? Just him or all of us?
I think it's just him, because we're focusing on what he's been doing.
Yeah,
while we were in
small hero
combat.
moment, just for Gideon.
Dies.
501. I just fucking jumped.
I lay
Fucking
myself
JoJo
down in
meme.
defense position and end my turn.
Just gets up, is about ready to strike the fear of the love goddess into everybody, and gets clonked on the back of the head. Just
That was really well done.
All right, Maro, what was your thing?
Sorry?
What was your thing? You were gonna make a JoJo joke, right?
Oh yeah, I was just referencing the kicking meme.
One of our favorites for this whole campaign.
It's honestly the best meme.
Wait, this is it. I just have to find the fucking button
And
for that.
hilarious,
There we go.
and hilariously one of the most accurate memes at times for our group.
Oh, always. For any D&D group, really.
I mean, remember that guy that was supposed to be a boss battle in the bar in Koga's campaign? You remember
Yeah,
how he
one
like
turn,
two-turned
one
him?
round. Paralyzed and then just literally jump. Okay,
I'm not sorry.
There it is. There you go. Initiative. Where you want to it? 12. I have no modifiers to it.
I really hope the soundboard stuff comes out on the stream.
It should, because it should read all Discord sounds. So yeah.
Nice.
Okie dokie. Seriously though, I have to imagine you've got more than just. Oh, you have a straight 0 to Dex. How about that?
Yep, I have no modifiers to my dex or intelligence. They are both straight 10s.
Are you also sure that you're supposed to have 105 hit points?
I have a 3. I have a 2 in con, so don't know. I've been rolling for it.
Sounds about right though.
Well, with a D10 as a paladin, yeah,
Yeah.
could get there.
Paladin beefy.
We're level 13. It's perfectly acceptable. Hell, with
Nice.
really consistently good rolls, could have been there by level 11.
Oh, this didn't occur to me just how high a level you guys were. Oh, that's what I get for
Paladins
doing the
are-
milestone.
Yeah, paladins are the face tank of the group. They're,
You know what
they're
I
like the.
You know what I like? 7th level
Alright.
spells.
Heck, let's roll with it. All right, now I'm not going to roll initiative for all 5 of these guys. I'm just gonna give them kind of one roll, maybe 2. Do 2 of them at once, and then the other 3.
Maybe 5 if you're feeling spicy.
Well, those are rubbish rolls, so you're going first.
Alright. First things first. Okay, so he just picked up his sword. He still has shield in hand. And the moment he recognizes, okay, I need to put all my effort, all my, priority on protecting the people behind me, he is going to use the dish the good doctor left him and activate his animated shield.
Nice.
Freeing up one of his hands to two-hand, his sword in quest. Do you need a rundown on what? Yeah, do you need a rundown on how animated shield works, or?
I remember well enough that it is a shield which animates itself and floats in the air away from your enemies. Is near enough that I need to understand right now, right?
Yep. It pretty much acts like a shield, but I don't have to hold it in one hand. It's a bonus action to have it animated. So he's going to use his bonus action to animate. Yeah. No, my bad.
All good. You see a shimmer of light on this shield as a luminous aura radiates from around its rim, and its braces lift off of your arm, and it now floats there in front of you, levitating as a vanguard against your opponent's blows. You may go ahead and take your action.
All right. So, Preston, how prepared was Gideon for this attack? Was it very sudden? Hey, they are, or like, was he able to basically prepare for this battle? Is the question.
Not necessarily. With the nature of the
All right.
Vanishing Isles, and as well the fact that these locals wouldn't have expected an attack on their fairly remote island in the first place, it would have been somebody came running up to you, told you that they were on the shores, and that they needed your help.
So, with no way of applying that potion or what have you on his sword, I believe the first thing he will try to do is try to take out as many as possible in one swoop with his hypnotic pattern.
Okay.
He's going to use action and pop it right in front of him, trying to catch as many of the pirates in the spell as possible.
Okay, now hypnotic pattern, that is a wisdom saving throw?
Yep. And the
Okay.
spell save DC is 17.
I love that spell.
Okay. None of them passed it.
Woo!
You hold up your hand, and the shield goes from vertical to horizontal to allow the hypnotic pattern to pass by it, and you spread your hand out, and from their perspective, everything begins to spin. Everything else other than the importance of your words filters out of their minds. You understand that you have succeeded. They look dazed. Their arms sort of droop to their sides. Their heads loll off to one side. And these 5 are functionally incapacitated.
Alright. He's going to look behind him and see if any of the villagers may have any sort of way to tie them up to prevent them from being a threat once this wears out. Wears, off. He has to concentrate it, and he only has a minute to try to more or less take out as many as possible.
You look behind you, and the villagers look a bit stunned as you've just incapacitated these 5 with this strange magical attack. But as you kind of indicate, how are you indicating to them? In what way are you communicating?
I do believe he will probably outright say it. Okay, someone tie them up. Hurry.
Yeah, you see this
Very
one...
sort of panic gesture.
Gotcha. One of them drops their farming implement that they had been holding as a makeshift weapon. You see the old man, the chief of the village, he tosses a coil of rope to this guy, who catches it in a bit of a fumble and ends up just sort of dragging it over, and 3 more run over to help him as they all begin to encircle them and take their weapons, now armed with proper gear. You now have 5 of the villagers that are properly armed and might be more capable of helping you, as you hear a scream from one other side of the village.
At the moment he is sure that these pirates, these criminals, what have you, are incapacitated, can no longer pose a threat, are tied up and disarmed, he's gonna immediately unfurl those wings of his and immediately head toward wherever that dragon is located, just wasting pretty much no time in traveling to that location, or at least try to.
What you see is another 6 of these pirates who are seemingly loading some of these villagers into a caged wagon. There's already 10 or so villagers that are there. They look to you and they're like, cripes. Alright, get the bows! 3 of them draw back their bows and they aim to make a strike at you. Are you currently walking or flying?
I said flying, yes.
Okay. I just wanted to double check I'd heard there. And what is your AC?
20, I
just
believe.
looked at it as a 20, so none of those hit. You see them pull their bows back, and you're able to simply, with your mind, move the animated shield in front of them, and you're able to close the distance into melee range.
So with no, well, he still has spell slots, but not very many. He's gonna have to reserve them just in case, someone dies or more important things happen.
Just to be clear, you would have received a long rest in the time before this fight occurred. So you only have spent
he only
the spell
has
slot you just did.
Yeah, what we're talking about. He only has 3 of those in him, and he just used 1 of them.
Okay.
So he's going to more or less land in front of the pirates, bring up his blade, twist it, and try to slam the flat of it right against the pirate's head, trying to knock him out in a single blow.
Okay, go ahead and make an attack roll.
Alright. And again, he is two-handing with this. 13.
Okay, that does not hit this particular pirate. You bring your blades flat to strike him in an aim to knock him down. And what you see is that this pirate, he's actually got some level of cleverness. He takes his own sword and he ducks using your own momentum and the guard of his blade to kind of punch yours off to the one side, throwing your arm behind you. Though with your strength, you're able to easily recover back into a defensive position. You still, of course, have your bonus action and your movement.
Correct. So, having been knocked aside, no, not knocked aside, but having his blade moved in such a manner, he is going to spin and immediately just try to do it again, just a bit faster, a bit harder. That is not going to hit. That is a 9.
That is a 9, you said?
Yes. So
Okay,
that is a nat 1. I just have a +8 hit.
Oh, that wouldn't hit anyways, regardless.
Yeah. For attack rolls and saving throws, nat 1 on the die is an auto miss.
Yep, that's why I just said it is a nat 1.
So you go for another swing, and he just backsteps out of the way, and you just whiff through clean air.
Alright, that's all I can do. Might have a bonus action spell, but I wouldn't think I will.
Okay. This will conclude your turn?
Yeah.
Unless you have anything more.
I do not think Jaden has any bonus action spells.
Okie dokie.
Or at least any that would be helpful here.
So, seeing you attempt to non-lethally strike one of them, they smile. They see that you are kind-hearted, and they all at once run at you. 6 different blades, daggers, sword, a spear, they all run at you all simultaneously. They possess no such qualms of mercy. Do they actually have 60 20s? Oh, I do! Look at that.
That's how much damage it is. 60, 20.
Listen to that lovely
Oh
dice.
no!
Okay, that is
It's all
1,
20s.
2, 3, 4 hits.
Ooh.
So you feel this. You feel a strike, a dagger plunging into the chainmail between the joints of one arm. You see 2 more. You are actually able to react to these 2, and you deflect their weapons. But as your attention has been paid to these 2 that deflects them, you feel more weapons strike into your body, and you feel the pain as they ring true. And that will be... $29 points of slashing damage.
Ooh.
Well, 29 points of total damage. So that'd be 18 of slashing and the rest of piercing. They all draw back as their blades have hit true, and they grin even further. Perhaps their friends had been bested in just one move, but they see that you can bleed. It is now your turn.
That hit took a solid song out of him. Like, that is not a cataclysmic amount of damage, but that he is definitely going to feel that. He has felt that hit. And so, feeling that attack, realizing that this is indeed 6 and 1, and he can only take so many before he eventually goes down, he is going to again try his best to at least not take them out outright, but try to make it easier for more follow-up attacks, to try to take them out more easily later on, just in case. He is going to use Dragon Fear and try to pretty much... this will be another Wisdom saving throw. Is DC 8 plus Charisma. Let's put it here. He's going to use his Dragon Fear to roar and try to make as many as these slavers, as these pirates, become frightened.
Okay.
Let's see.
Anger, you
It's
can
DC
radiate
8 plus
Ooh.
proficiency.
Okay. Okay, so...
So
8 plus proficiency bonus plus charisma, so this will be pretty high. So that's a 5 proficiency, 4 to charisma. Woohoo! Okay, that's a pretty high check to make. Alrighty. Alright, here we go. Who's ready for more dice click clack?
I am.
Sexy.
And once again, absolutely none of them passed.
Nice.
They all see the blood on their blades, and for a moment they are blinded by their success. But you, in fact, I would like you to describe in what way you display your draconic fury. How do you intend to strike fear into them?
how do I... Ooh, now I have to describe it. Okay. For a brief moment, there is this sort of pause. There is this sort of visible appearance saying, from deep within the helm he is wearing, a blight light will shine a deep fire, a deep glow that is clearly not quite natural, not quite human. It is an effect belonging to the most noble creatures, to the most powerful. It appears for even the briefest of moments he intends to rain down dragonfire, to cook them alive, burn them, burn them. I'm sorry, wasn't prepared to actually have to describe it. For the briefest of moments, that glow emanates from deep within that helm, that pitch black, that rather, armor made specifically to block all sunlight is suddenly glowing from within. This preparation of some overwhelming attack that is cut out by something arguably worse. Instead of an attack, it is an assault all entirely different. It is a roar. It is a scream of fury, of rage. A rage no mortal can even begin to imagine. It is a roar of a dragon, a roar of a creature that can tear down mountains. And it is even worse. There is something unnatural about it, something deeply inhuman, unliving. It is a scream of an undead dragon, and it is almost utterly terrifying to witness. That is how I like to describe it, I guess.
Interesting. Okay. So, seeing this roar of such supernatural nature, they drop their weapons, they turn and flee. They are white as a sheet in terror. Though, admittedly, as you begin to look around and you turn to look behind you, you see that those villagers who it appears had been making their way to your aid, they've stopped equally in fear. Those in the cart there, shivering, pressed against the back of it, eyes on you.
He's saying this yet held, but it comes out more of a snarl, an almost animalistic noise. He simply marches over to the front of that rag and to the cell, keeping them open, attempts to simply break it open, to simply destroy the bars that are containing them.
They still appear fearful, yet they do nod their thanks, and they quickly scurry back towards their village, appearing thankful if still somewhat terrified of you.
Gideon doesn't seem to really react to this. He simply nods himself. His gaze wanders very briefly to those blood-stained weapons, the weapons that pierce his own body. Then, after a moment, it moves away from that, and he listens, trying to figure out if he could hear any more attacks, any more screams of help.
Instead, what you hear is the sound of a firebolt going off into the air. Turning to the direction that the sound came from, you see that it is as if a flare fired from the remnants of the vessel that had been sunk by your friends and crew. And as you continue to scan the horizon, you see that there is another vessel. A warship, a craft outfitted for naval conflict and combat here in the Vanishing Isles. A magical shield has been projected around it. You see those ready on both ballista and with spells in hand, prepared to attack. A force which perhaps you could fight with the technologies that you have uncovered, but it will be a pitched battle. You have your wings, and indeed, there is perhaps time you might reach your companions.
Seeing this vessel, this this warship, this behemoth of a vehicle, didn't immediately put his attention back onto joining the party. He will use a sending stone to send a very quick. The situation here is finished. Very brief, very short, and immediately start heading back to the party itself, where he last saw their ship.
So Val, Mara, Gideon, and Barrick as well, Dr. Gavin,
Yes.
all of you are reunited. You all aboard the ship see the form of Gideon approaching quickly, flying through the skies on his wings, and then there on the deck does he land. The beat of his wings kicking air, but there he is. Safe, sound, and whole.
Gideon!
There's another ship.
Welcome back.
Mara, there's another ship.
What?
There's another ship.
We know.
A warship. Okay. Why does he too, but as he's talking, he's very sort of panicked, reaching into his bag. Gonna take out, portable hole, immediate stuff down. Take as many weapons as you need. We need to take this thing out. Going to sort of, despite his panic, despite his, very fearful, okay, there's an entire warship coming, despite all the panic of this, he does seem genuinely glad to actually see the rest of the party. Even as his face is hidden by the helm, it's clear there is a small smile in his words. He has panicked and rushed as they are.
So we're still out at sea, right?
Yep.
Yes.
With the other ship barreling down towards us.
Right, because it just rounded the island.
Yep.
Okay.
I don't want to have any plans for dealing with that shield. I could potentially do something, but there's also something else I could do.
Not really.
I can take care of it.
Gavin, I'm assuming you probably have some stuff up your sleeves.
Before it was said that there was like a magical barrier or whatnot around the other big ship, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Do I recognize anything about it? What kind of spell it might be or whatnot?
Go ahead and roll me Arcana, though I will give you the history as to it. You understand that This is effectively what some factions of the Vanishing Isles had invented to combat those very successful pirates such as yourself. They effectively had developed a means of defending against other people's magical attacks. 3 spellcasters would erect a shield, though each one would be different and unique, and the manners of attacking them would always be different. Effectively, a trade secret kept amongst the warships of the many pirate factions.
Okay.
No, your mom won't be left.
That's a 33.
I just shouldn't bother to ask you for Arcana anymore, golly.
I mean, he's on that one.
That was a natural 18, by the way. So, yeah,
Hey.
no. Yeah.
Suppose that is one of your class specialties, so...
I know the things.
So, studying it, you haven't seen one specifically like this. So it takes you a few moments to really understand, okay, this is a type of shield that will reflect most magical things thrown at it. Physical things might, however, make it through. What you notice is it almost oscillates. There's a window where it becomes weaker for a moment before it fully refreshes.
So here's a couple of questions. One, would this protect against spells that manipulate the environment, such as control water or reverse gravity?
Even with such a very successful roll, your understanding of this crew's specific shield, it's very different from what you encountered last time you were on the seas. So you could maybe guess that that is possible, but the only way to know for sure would be to try.
How would such a barrier fare against dispel magic?
You would know that it would give you an opening. It might give you actually about 4 seconds of a hole, but it would give you no more than that, as the consistently refreshing nature of the magic means that although you'd be giving yourself a huge opening, it would only last that long.
Hmm.
You recall that such is the reason for having 3 casters maintaining the shield.
Can I identify who those casters might be?
Not at this range, and you could equally guess that visual identification of these casters would basically require you to be on their deck.
How far away are they?
Right now, they are 500 feet away. They have just come around the edge of the island and are making their approach to you. But they're still a fair distance.
Yeah, they're a fair distance. Well, I'll relay that to rest of the party at the very least.
Go ahead and do that in character if you would be willing.
Well, that's a bit of a shield they got there. Bit different than ones I've seen before. Not sure what all can get through it other than physical weapons. 3 casters aboard usually. We can take them out, we can take the shield out. Of course, if anyone has Dispel Magic, could make a very brief opening that we could exploit if we're fast enough.
I got it.
I will also say magic that would manipulate the local environment around it. I cannot say if that would work all that much on it, but I'm not sure.
How
Only one
brief
way
of
to
an
find-
opening are we talking?
4 seconds, give or take. Long enough to cast a spell. If we're within range, someone could get in Fireball or Lightning Bolt or something like that.
And the ship's 500 out?
Yep,
Indeed.
500 feet.
It's getting closer.
Yeah, I imagine it's getting closer fast.
Dispel Magic has a range of 120 feet. Fireball, as an example, has one of 150 feet.
Okay, the plan to just blow it up.
Mara, how many fireballs can you cast at once? Yes, sorcerer!
I think we did away with the whole only able to cast one leveled spell per turn.
Yeah, because frankly, I think
Okay.
it's cooler to be able to cast 2 spells.
There's also meta magic.
Yeah, so
You could already double cast Fireball, basically.
that's why I was asking. With meta magic, I can cast 2 fireballs in a go, although I only have 2 level 3 spell slots left currently.
Now here's a good question for you. You're multi-class into fighter, right?
Oh yeah.
Action surge.
Yeah. So I use it.
So that's 6 fireballs.
6.
Boom, 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 boom. Or maybe just a few. 4,
I
probably.
have 1
Yeah,
action
4.
surge. Action surge just.
You can use 1 meta magic per turn, right?
I think so.
So yeah, if you can.
Actually, it doesn't say
you could-
anything about only being able to cast it once or using sorcery point.
Oh, well then, if you action surge, you could do 4 fireballs.
Does action surge give you another bonus action?
It gives you another full action. You need a full action to cast Fireball.
Okay,
So I'd only be able to.
Question, so-
That's still better than 1.
Yeah.
And better than 2, in fact.
what puts away people? You said physical things might be able to get through.
Yeah, physical things will get through.
Alright, I have an idea.
Regular weapons will get through.
What's the idea,
Let me
Gideon?
let me handle it.
No,
Guys.
Gideon, please. What's the
Guys,
plan?
I have a better idea.
What?
How do you feel about flying over and bombarding them from the top?
That was actually one of my plans. Just dropping shit on them. Well, first plan. My second was sneaking in from below.
Also was my plan as well, was sneaking in from below as well.
Want to do that?
We could do both.
He's gonna.
Well,
Yeah,
what if we do both? What if we have Gavin take his submarine underneath, some of us go up top, and then we just essentially pincer attack from top and bottom.
How
And
close
have
is
the
the
ship-
other ship now?
And have the ship come in broadside.
The other ship has closed in. They are now at 350 feet.
This is a decision now or never, guys. Because once I do what I'm about to do, they're probably gonna have suspicions.
Getting up in the air should be quick enough. Someone has a carpet, right? Amongst other flying
no.
abilities. Getting down into the sub will take too long.
I can become a code. Anyone can become a code.
Okay, Gideon, shut up for a second. If getting into the sub is going to take too long, then we need to just do an aerial strike right now. Get everything that we have flying wise, go up top, and strike from the top.
You know, if we do it for an aerial assault, what might help would because they are just about in range for me to just fuck around with control water.
Yeah, if you want to stay on the ship and maybe do that, help with keeping them in the keeping the broadside of their ship with ours to so that the our ship's cannons can continuously fire, but we need to go now. They're closing in fast.
All of you who are bombarding from above, get up there now. I'm going to dispel magic once they're within range.
Dr. Gavin, hold that thought. Damn it. Shut up. I want to do my cool thing. So at that, I'm going to pull out my Knight Rider and summon it. And as I do that, Knight Rider, who we all remember being our lovely little wolf companion for Val, is now a big fucking dragon. So, let me double check something real quick because I forgot already. Do I still have that up or was I dumb? Oh, please tell me I left that up. Shit. I might not have left it up.
Did you derp? Did you derp?
Yeah, this was past me derping though. It's not that big of a deal. I just can't remember what size class it is.
Huh. It was a problem for future you, and now you are future you.
Yeah, past me hates me. Give me 2 seconds to look that up, Lana.
Alright, 2 seconds, time's up.
Ah, funny.
Berg is probably gonna ask, quick question, control water, do you guys want me to make a giant wave, like continual giant wave, or whirlpool?
At the Red Sea.
Okay. So to be specific, I pulled it up already. He is a red dragon wormling, which they are medium class. So he's more or less the size of a horse.
Medium is the same size as us.
Shit, it is. Damn it, Lana.
I will allow you to take one other passenger with you, or 2 passengers at half speed.
That is a burdened dragon.
What will that change? Half speed. Okay, that's not awful. Alright, so yeah. So I got this. And I can take one other person with me on it.
It is closing fast, though. 200 feet.
I told you.
All right.
I can fly by myself, and I already told you I can attack from beneath.
Who's doing Dispel Magic?
Do that.
I can do Dispel Magic.
All right.
That's what I was trying to say earlier.
Yep. All right. Let's go then.
All right.
All right.
So they're within range. I'm just casting. Let me just throw this out for description purposes.
Oh no.
Can I get description, please, and not?
No, it doesn't like you.
There we go. It's wordy.
All right. Now, I have been waiting for an excuse to use this song as set dressing for something.
Ooh.
I finally have a boat battle to use it for. Here we go, baby.
Hmm.
All right, Barrick, what are you doing with this spell? I assume you're casting Control Water.
Yep.
Being as that seems to be what you're trying to... Oh, yeah, there you go.
Trying to, because there's one effect I'm looking at. It's how fast does it move? From what we
How
could see.
fast does it move? I will rule that your ship moves about 100 feet per turn, is what I had originally ruled, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then it is moving 150 feet per turn.
Yeah, I am doing flood. And since it's like ocean, and I'm choosing an area in a large body of water, I instead create a 20-foot tall wave that travels from one side of the area to the other, going directionally. It's coming like pretty much
With the V.
like the path that they're taking. I'm doing it straight at them at first.
Okay, so you want to completely obstruct their path of travel.
At least, yeah.
Real quick, is the enemy ship considered huge or gargantuan?
If
What
it's
is the
huge,
size
that's a
class
pretty
of
tough percent.
gargantuan?
Once more, Lana?
What is the size, like in feet, if you could estimate, of gargantuan? I don't think it falls into that category, but I would like to be sure.
I'll look it up, don't worry.
If we were talking about creature sizes, then gargantuan would be anything about 40 feet in height minimum.
According to what I found up, it's 32 feet to 64 feet in height or length. It weighs 16 tons to 125.
Then yes, absolutely, it would classify as gargantuan.
So yeah, flood might not be as effective as we like.
Oh, one has peptizing, but everything else would work, I believe.
I will allow that here. I will go ahead and describe the effect to you, Barrick.
Alright.
You cast this spell. You put your hands together and make a motion as if opening them, magic crackling between. You point both palms at the sea and you thrust them forward. And as you do so, you see the water dip, shift, move, and then it rises, crashing upwards into the air as a wave that begins plowing towards this opponent's ship. And you see that its forward motion is arrested, at least for now. So for this first turn, its movement will be considered 0.
Perfect opportunity for you guys.
You know what's interesting? This spell can last for 10 minutes on concentration, so just keep it up.
Dr. Gavin, let's you and I go, and we'll start flying over.
I thought I was moving the ship. All right, what?
I thought you were casting Dispel Magic.
I can move the ship up close enough to do that. I thought you were going to bombard it from above.
All right, fine. Well, yeah. I thought we were doing a drop down, but got it.
Okay. Knight Rider expectantly, flaps his wings, waiting for your command to go.
Yep. We're going without Dr. Gavin. Dr. Gavin's going to hold the ship up, and as soon as the shield is down, we're going to drop on top of the ship.
Knight Rider waits until the second you finish that last syllable, crouches down as a coiled spring, and shoots off the deck, wings splaying to catch you, and dives low, skimming across the water.
Yeah. Whoever's got spells to obliterate the top of that ship with, I'm going to send an immediate message as soon as Dispel Magic is out. You'll need to cast whatever you got right then. And I am continuing to move the ship closer.
It is choppy. It is difficult with the waves that Barrack is pushing towards their vessel. What I'll have you do is I'll have you
trying to get around the broadside.
Okay. So, what would one roll for handling a ship? You call that dexterity?
Vehicle water.
Okay.
Which I have.
All right, go ahead and roll that then.
21.
You are having to pull and fight against those waves, but as you do so, a familiar thrill rushes through you. You sense your heart pumping. You can feel the spray of the waves, taste the salt on your lips. And it's this thrill, that sense of fight and adventure. All the old muscle memory comes flooding back, and you twist the wheel, and you're able to crank your vessel up to their broadside.
Oh, I miss this. They're definitely within 120, right?
Absolutely.
I pull out the old Lich's death mask. And through it, I do a few motions, and I cast Dispel Magic on the shield barrier around there. Do I need to roll anything? Do I need to roll a check for this due to the barrier's level or anything?
You know that it would simply work. You're not sure if it would work more than once. So if you try and cast it again, you will need to roll.
I cannot cast it again.
Oh, this is a good one and done opportunity.
Yeah, as soon as I'm casting and sending, that's done. I'm saying now over the sending stone now.
All right, Gideon and Val, the two chosen attackers. And actually, Val,
And
did you
Mara.
bring Mara with you? She is also a ranged caster.
Mara has her flying carpet, so I thought she was coming that way.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Hey, would you look at that?
Retroactive.
Mara, in this immediate moment of realization, is like, I have a flying carpet.
Yeah. Whoosh. Whoa.
I just remember hearing the flying carpet get mentioned, so.
Val, Gideon, Mara, you three hear Gavin call out the signal. You hear him say now, as a bolt of black and purple magic, tinted so by use of that mask, strikes into the shield, and you see a hole ripped open. It isn't large. It is only about 5 feet wide.
Can Polaris fit through it?
If you're fast enough. Remember, you have 4 seconds.
Right, so we're just dive bombing onto the ship with Polaris.
Mara and Gideon, you see Polaris launch up, turn over, wings close, and dive. Make me an acrobatics roll.
Yes,
to say
sirree, boss.
Probably should have waited a moment to let Mara do the fireball.
Nah.
I mean, Mara, if you want to try and sling that fireball right past Val to do something real freaking cool, I'll let you.
Did you call for acrobatics or athletics? I don't remember.
Acrobatics.
Acrobatics, okay. Yes. That is a 18.
You commune with Polaris in this moment. You understand what you need to do. You hug in close, lock your arms around, press your body close to Polaris, and Polaris, in equal measure, slims his body further, wings tightening against his form, and like a dart, you are pointed true towards that opening. All right, Mara, Gideon, your go.
Okay, so I am in fact going to try and sling the fireball past Val. I'm going to cast it as a 5th level spell, and I'm going to use the empowered spell Meta Magic.
Oh,
So here we go. That is.
This is gonna really hurt if this hits.
Do I have enough d6? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yep, just barely.
Okay. What I'll have you do is I'll have you roll a d20, just a straight d20,
Okay.
to determine if you can sling that spell just so.
Here we go. If I miss, Val, I'm sorry.
It wasn't meant to be.
I'll drop my d20.
Don't do that.
Okay, here we go. Ooh. Oh god, that's a 3.
Oh no.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Thankfully, Val had rolled very high on that acrobatics, so you end up putting so much focus into putting that extra power. This fireball, it isn't glowing red, it's glowing bright gold almost, with a jet blackened core, and you take it in one hand as you finish forming it and you chuck that thing. Val, you sense Polaris, feel that magic, you instinctively twist, and you see this fireball go right past you as you shoot through the opening.
Oh.
God
Fire, roll that damage!
Alright, here we go! 10d6, let's go! Okay. I immediately see some that I'm going to re-roll. Okay. Those one. And no, fuck it. That one too. Alright, here we go.
All 6s.
Alright. Okay. So put these. So right. So 2 plus 2 is 4. Plus 4 is 8. 12, 16, 20. Plus 5 is 25. 30, 35. 41 points of fire damage.
Gideon, as you are swooping in to take your turn at attacking, you see this fireball erupt. a cloud of smoke billows from the holes opening, and you feel the shockwave go whoop inside that bubble, and you have your chance, but you see that that hole is already closing. You see its edges rippling as they start to fold and begin to move, so you have moments to select. What are you casting?
Gideon will try. I was going to try to actually swoop down onto the ship outright.
Acrobatics.
All right. Acrobatics. Could I cast Dispel Magic to extend it by another 4 seconds?
You may do so. However, this time you will need to make a roll for it.
I'll roll a slick straight for now. This is fun.
That's athletics, not acrobatics.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah.
Sorry,
One is strength, the other is dex.
Oh yes, even worse. Oh yes, something I have 3 in to something I have 0 in.
But you did
And that
better.
case,
All right. You go for a dive, but your dive is panicked. You see it closing, and you don't have as much time to really think it through. You're going just on that panicked rush. You feel your wings strike into the shield. You feel pain shoot through one of them, and instinctively it closes, and you are in a free fall, but you are through the shield.
You don't have wings anymore.
he will try to stabilize his flight to make his landing not quite as rough.
Okay, dex saving throw.
Oh no, my worst one. 17.
Okay, that shot of pain, that actually, like that, your senses focus in, you realize the dire nature of this situation, and like that, it's clear to you. You spread your wings, you punch with one arm to twist your momentum a bit to force your wings back to correctly stabilizing you. Your tail flicks also to change your momentum, and you're able to come to a relatively graceful looking landing near where you see also Polaris and Val.
Alright, I would like to do one more thing if that is possible.
Okay, you still have your main action, though you have no movement left. Actually, yeah, you still have your bonus action too.
He is going to activate. He is going to use his Channel Divinity in the Series of Peace to basically give himself a +5 to his charisma stuff.
It's only on persuasion.
Yep.
All right. I mean, are you gonna try and persuade them of something?
Oh yeah, he is going to rise up to his full height, extend his wings as further they go, and just bellow. And everyone who doesn't want to die, hop off this ship now. Last chance.
Okay.
It feels like intimidation. It feels like intimidation, not persuasion.
Yeah, I won't let you get the bonus for persuasion.
Intimidation can be a form of persuasion.
That was performance. Bro, you gotta make sure you hit the right button.
No one has a nat 1. His interpretive dance doesn't help them.
He said everything that he just did was canon, but as he was finishing his sentence, he trips.
No, hold on.
Alright,
I
yeah,
didn't
okay.
say persuasion. I said intimidation, because I do agree
Alright.
you're trying to intimidate, not persuade. Third
17.
time's the charm. Okay, that's still
Yep.
pretty good. Alright, as the smoke clears out, you see the crew on this ship, who were poised to dogpile you and Val, basically. You see them, like, pulling back, effectively. They stopped their forward momentum, and they're considering the two of you stood there. They're considering Polaris, who's raised his head and puffed his chest forward to equally try and be foreboding.
You face a king who tamed the dragon and a paladin of a god. As I said, you have only one chance. Leave or fight, but you will not like one of those options.
Alright, you still have your action and your bonus action.
Alright, for main action, I suppose, I will use... What do I have? What do I got to helpful? I'll use, just as a precaution, just in case, as a bonus action, I will use Shield of Faith on Val.
Okay.
Which will... Yep.
So I'm gonna flavor this a little because I can. So you cast Shield of Faith. You raise your hand, and with a flourish, Val, a glowing suit of see-through ethereal magical armor with little hearts on the pauldrons and a little heart on the chest, and it's glowing pink.
Oh my god.
I'm
It is a
ashamed it is
suit of
not
gold
BDS
plate mail.
gear. I'm ashamed it's not BDSM gear.
You're trying to convert me! Help, Daddy!
Hey, at least
No, see,
Barrick was
that's what
ready
it would
to.
be if Barrick or Gloria cast it.
No, definitely Gloria. Barrick, it might depend on the situation.
The Stalos, I feel dirty.
Yeah, you do.
Oh, golly. Alright. Anything more, Gideon?
I still have my main action, apparently. There's no movement.
No, you just
What
spent
can
that
I do
casting a
that-
spell, remember?
That's a bonus.
No,
action
that's
as well.
bonus action.
Oh, is it? Oh, never mind.
Yes. What do I even have as a... Oh, I command. I can try to command. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, I can see what level it is. I have level 3 spells not to burn. That is a lot of text.
At higher levels, when you cast a spell using a spell slot of second level or higher, you can affect one additional creature for each spell slot above first. So if you're casting it at third level, that's 3 people. The creatures must be
Alright,
within
so-
30 feet of each other when you target them.
I'm assuming they're within 30 feet, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so he very specifically points out to the meanest, the most willful, basically he's gonna pick out the ones that look the least intimidated by the, intimidation sect, and simply bark out, jump. Very clear meaning off the edge of the ship. What would it be?
Okay.
Yeah,
Flee might work better for that.
Yeah, because if you just say jump, they're just gonna do a little hop in place.
yeah,
I was about to say
flee.
there's specific ones here. You go outside of that person, they get the
You're cutting out.
Yeah, he will use
Yeah,
fleet
you're-
then.
Okie doke. Now, what is the saving throw I must pass?
DC
Uh,
17 Wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom saving throw.
Okay, but
Yep,
what is the
is my
DC?
wisdom.
Gideon's is a DC
17.
Okie dokie. I'm just gonna let you know, I'm probably going to ask that every time. Oh, it just pays to
Let's
be
kill
sure.
him.
Okie dokie. Let's see if we pass. Alright. Who's ready for more click clacks? Who's ready for more click clacks?
Yes.
Always.
Woo! Ready.
Oh, come on. I need another 20. I'm gonna need all my 20s for this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Only 3 people are being affected. What?
I'm getting too excited, don't mind me. This is a natural occurrence.
It's okay, Lana. We still
DM
love
is
you
having
for
a
it.
moment.
Okay. So for one of them, you don't even finish saying flee. This guy just books it and swan dives off the edge.
Thank
Like,
you, Lego
As
Yoda.
soon as you got E. Oh, what was that, Mara?
I said thank you, Lego Yoda.
The other guy looks at that guy running, looks at you, looks at the guy that ran, nods, and joins him.
I guess the first guy rolled a 1.
Yeah.
Sounds about right.
Fuck this shit, I'm out.
The third guy looks at them that ran off, looks at you, grins, and is just making eye contact. And he just is now tapping on the blade of his sword. So he's going to try and intimidate you in return.
You fucking nat
Okay, what I
20?
roll for that? Save throw?
We're gonna do opposed charisma for that one.
Oh, so not saving throw. Or not charisma save, or whatever.
So yeah, basically this is your ability to resist him against his ability to intimidate you.
If it's a save, I left on a 30 on it.
Well, no, I just said it's an
ability
oppose.
check.
So I just roll straight charisma then.
Yes.
6.
Emotional damage.
It's not. Of course, I roll like the highest number I've ever rolled, and then just told nah.
I mean, I said several times it was opposed.
I don't think he knew what it meant.
Fair.
Yeah, when I hear oppose, I assume, okay, what is the saving throw? What would I have to save for it?
Okay, fair enough. But no, you're trying to look all sort of intimidating and everything, and you can't help but suppress a gulp at the fact that that guy did not even flinch. In fact, he almost looks encouraged by your trying to cast command on him.
Damn it, you got him horny.
Okay.
Come on.
All right, Val, your go.
All right. So we have men in fear. Where is the captain? Or actually, no. Where is the sorcerers or wizards that are casting the shield?
You do not see them directly, but you see where they must be. There's a small dome on the deck of the ship here that it appears to be the origin point of the shield. You'd have to fight through some of this crew on the deck to get to them. You don't have to fight all of them, but you do need to make a hole.
Lost my mouse. Went to scroll and it was like, where's my mouse?
Real quick, also, when was it that you needed to go pick up your mate?
We got like 8 minutes.
Okay.
Mm. When you have to look all over when you have to look all over for your what everything can do.
Koga said he was able. Koga was able to expand how long the hole in the shield was open, right?
He
Yeah,
did
but
not actually end up casting Dispel Magic.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But again, they didn't have told them that he can do it, so if they want him to or need them to, they can just, sending stone it over.
Right.
The readied action is this. Ooh.
Now, I will say, Mara, you did see that Gideon's wing was able to pass through it. Painful though it was.
So you're saying I could try and pass through anyways?
You
physical
could.
objects can go through,
Okay.
including weapons, arrow shots, lasers, bullets.
Fuck it, let's
But
go.
if it's a person, it might not feel good.
Let's go. Let's go.
Oh, dang. Alright, Mara's going whole hog. Okay.
To be fair, she's done that before. But also, to be fair, she died.
So with that being said, Lana, I will get off of Polaris and begin making my way to that dome.
Making your way downtown.
Alright, are
Walking
you just
fast.
straight sprinting?
Yeah, Vorpal the Vorpal's longsword out.
The Vorpal
And-
Spore.
Shut up. The Vorpal longsword out, and basically anyone who tries to stop me, I'm going to attack.
Okay. Well, since you're just gunning for it, I'm gonna say that's gonna be an opportunity attack for the first two people that you run up to, but I will allow you to make a retaliatory attack against both of them in turn.
Okay.
So effectively, I'm just gonna give you a free attack on both these chumps.
Fuck yeah.
Crit.
Well, okay. Neither of those passed your armor class, I'm quite sure.
What are they?
That's like a 10 and a 13.
Yeah, no. They definitely don't hit.
Yeah, then
That
it's
is pretty sure.
yeah, then it's like your armor class plus, Shield of Faith.
Oh, I forgot about Shield of Faith. How much AC does that give me additionally?
+2.
+2.
As- So long as Gideon maintains concentration on that.
The lowest I have for hitting either of them is a 17.
Dang. So, you are prepared. You come running towards this crowd. Two of them take their opportunistic swings. You raise your blade. You just straight with the flat edge of the Vorpal sword punch their blades up over the head, and using the momentum, you kind of windmill roll your arm back into a stab on one, yank it back, and a stab onto the other. Roll for damage.
Alright. That is... Where's my D8? Need a second one, and... I haven't fully memorized this weapon yet, so...
So it's a long sword, so two
Yeah.
hands. Two hands would be the D10. It's a +3
Actually,
weapon, so it's +3 to hit and +3 to damage on each hit.
yeah.
If you roll, it ignores slashing resistance, and the if you roll a nat 20, they fucking die.
Yeah. Didn't roll a nat 20, so that part's not here.
Yeah,
But
no
I
insta
do
beheading.
need. Yeah. I need to double check something though, because I actually haven't used a sword in a minute. Lance strike tactics. Ha! I forgot about that extra attack. Giant killer, spellcasting. There it is. Dueling. When you're wielding a melee weapon in one hand and no other weapons, you gain a +2 bonus to damage rolls with that weapon. So I have +5 on this.
Nice.
So with that,
if you're using one hand, in which case the damage die would be a D8, I believe.
well, I only have one Vorpal sword, right?
Yes, but it's a long sword, so you can two-hand it and do
Yeah,
a
it's
D10.
a finesse weapon.
Oh, okay. I see what you guys are talking about. But anyways, yeah. So I do 5 damage. So mathing, and then I will have to go probably after I do all this math. So, easy math. Okay, so one guy gets 12 and the other guy gets an 11.
Nice. All right, and we will now move quickly, unless you have something for your bonus action.
Would it be possible to have to command Polaris to just tail whip these guys?
I'll allow it.
All right.
Okay.
By the way, welcome to the curse of the Vorpal sword. You will never, in this entire game, roll a nat 20 with that sword. Trust me.
It's not my first time having a Vorpal weapon, and I have rolled nat 20s with them. Anyways,
but I gave you this one, so it'll inherit my curse.
I'm already unlucky. Anyways, it is 9:45. I do have to go.
Okay. Then
I
we
will
will
be
put it
back.
on pause right here.
And we will be back in however long it takes Fox to get back. And
20-30 minutes.
20-30 minutes, yeah. So we will see you guys then. Really? Really?
As X-Files just
played.
blares
Well
my
played.
ears.
Really? Bye. Hello and welcome back. I'm sorry we took a little bit longer than we expected, but here we are. We are back and ready to go. We are down a player for the moment. They should hopefully be back by the time that comes. So, yeah.
If not, they will die before next session. Let's go!
Woo!
So I believe it was still Val's turn. Val was doing things.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, I
just
think so. That it
Yeah.
was Val's turn.
I think you were
As-
seeing if you could.
Asterisk. Because what I had done was I had more or less, I think, brutalized, if not killed, 2 guys pretty much outright.
You
And
gave them a good licking. They're not down for the count yet.
Not a
Okay.
sexy licking, the painful kind.
well,
No,
yes,
that's for Mara.
obviously. Yes.
Indeed.
Yes. Nope, we're being streamed. Nope.
No,
Hey,
go
look,
ahead.
We
do
have
it.
the disclaimer. Okay,
This-
disclaimer,
this-
go.
this- NC-17, anything goes.
Yeah, no kids allowed.
Yeah.
If you're not allowed to vote in the U.S. or drink in most parts of the world, get the fuck out.
Okay, now
If
Val,
you-
what were you going to say?
That's my pink candy that I get to lick.
Yes.
Inspiration! Inspiration for you! Ooh.
Jeez.
Come back from breaking, immediately break Lana.
Oh,
He did-
Nelly!
He didn't break.
All
Lana,
right, that
he
was good.
Demolished him.
Somebody, that goes in memorable words right now.
Oh my god. Didn't expect that to break you.
What do you mean you didn't expect that to break me? That's exactly the kind of crap I laugh at.
Well, yes, laugh at, not break. Oh my gosh.
Thank you, Mara. Your contributions are appreciated. Oh my. Okay, now we absolutely can. All right, Val, go.
Oh, okay. So basically, I had taken my turn. I've more or less maimed 2 guys. And then I had basically I had used my bonus action for Polaris to more or less tail whip them as well.
Gotcha. And I do recall I had rolled for that, and it unfortunately did not hit. All of your opponents were on edge, and they were sort of ready for something shifty to happen with the dragon. So they all backstepped when they started seeing Polaris do a little twitch.
Okay, then can I add a moment to this? Which is Val pointing his sword at the guys, like basically kind of like even between the 2 of them, announces that I am King of Varus Galnodal, first of his name. Move out of my way or die.
Okay. Well, let's see some intimidation.
Almost rolled the wrong dice. Yeah, I can figure that would be shit. Yeah, it's an 11.
What did you roll? I didn't hear it.
Oh,
Okay, there it is. No, that's Koga's roll.
I didn't. I rolled my actual dice. Roll 20 wanted to be stupid.
Okay.
Yep. I can roll it in Dice Maiden if you want, or do you not? Yeah, you have Dice Maiden.
I do. Yes. I don't think you actually said what you rolled.
No, I did.
thought it-
I
was
don't think I got
11,
picked
right?
up. Yeah, it was an 11. I rolled an 11 on the die.
Gotcha. Okay,
On the
it might have
die?
gotten lost somewhere.
Not on the die. Sorry, I rolled a 12 on the die. I have a -1 to intimidation.
Oh. No charisma. huh?
So you say
No,
that,
I'm shit.
and they
Wait,
kind of like
strength-
look at
strength?
each other.
Could strength be used as an alternative?
No,
No.
he's
Okay.
not a very beefy boy.
No.
Okay.
Val's a very scrawny man. He is dexterous and he looks.
He's 4'4".
He's not that short. He's like 6 something. What is he? He's 6'2".
62 inches.
So yeah, they hear you say that name, like they can tell that it's certainly important to you. They look a little puzzled, and they kind of like lean over and they sort of whisper to her, like, "You got any idea who that is? No, I don't think I've ever heard of that guy. What's it? I think it sounds important. I don't know. We could probably get a lot of money for him if we knock him out, right? Yeah, okay. We'll incapacitate him later." And you just sort of see some of the other ones just sort of shrugging as they all look to each other, having no idea who you are.
That's fair. Well, wait a minute. So these guys. Well, no, I've been only recently reigned king, so only like certain people would know who I am. So yeah, no, that actually tracks.
Plus, these
Yep.
guys are going around the Vanishing Isles. They probably have no fucking idea any of
You're cutting
the
out.
complete.
A reasonable response.
These
Yeah.
guys are Vanishing Isle pirates, like exclusively from all the stuff that they're doing. These are Vanishing Isle tactics and everything. They probably have no fucking idea what anyone is from the outside world.
Yeah, which was also my conclusion as well.
Probably the only one that they'd know of is me, actually. And I'm on the main ship.
All right. On we go then.
Okay, I think it was actually Mara's go as next. Because Mara, you were about to try something kind of crazy.
Yeah, I wanted to try and fly through the portal. Or the shield.
Actually, quick question before you
Go
do that.
for it.
It was the Shield of Faith or the shield that Gideon casted on me. How long does that last for again?
Like 10 minutes or an hour until, with concentration.
Okay.
Hold on. I'm looking it up. Yeah, concentration up to 10 minutes.
Yep. Okay. That was my only question.
Gotcha. Okay. So, Mara, you take your flying carpet. You aim yourself at the shield. Kind of psych yourself up. Do a little wiggle or something. What do you psych yourself up?
Honestly, I think Mara just goes for it. just straight through. Doesn't even give it a second.
All right, you are careening straight forward. Excellent. Make a Constitution saving throw.
Woo!
Oh no.
efficient and fun.
Sorcerer.
Yes.
Okay, what'd you roll?
I'm seeing what Gavin was trying to say.
I wasn't saying anything.
Oh, well,
I think he was just cheering for sorcerer as a class.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Here we. Nat 20.
Woo!
See, this is where the blood of
Nice.
Tiamat comes in. Fuck your magic.
You focus in. You are so just going for it. Your nerves are so prepared. The moment you hit that shield, you pass through it. You blink, and you did feel the pain, but it passed over you so quickly that it was like you weren't able to notice it. In fact, it kind of gave you a bit of a rush.
You take 80 points of fire damage?
Ha. Now, if you had rolled anything less than a 20, you would have been taking some damage, yeah.
Awesome.
You got off great there.
Yeah. So I made it through.
Now
just
you
fine.
are on your flying carpet. You see Gideon, you see Val.
I'm just going to fly down to the deck of the ship, where there are a lot of people. Going to hop off the flying carpet as it's still going. Try and land.
So you're trying to do like a fancy hero landing.
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay. You know what? You did so well with the roll before. We'll just let you have that. How do you want to land?
Sick. So. Alright, so the carpet flies down with Mara riding on top, and she just sort of jumps into the air. Fuck it, she does a little flip as well. She just lands on the deck of the ship. Smile as the carpet swoops back around, goes back into her bag, and pulls out her moon sword in one hand, tracking sword in the other. Let's go.
All right. I like it. I like it. I like it. So, Val, there's your wife just plop right there, looking cool and smooth.
Little heart flutter. Like, damn straight, that's my wife.
Hell yeah.
If only the AC bonus from ceremony marriage was permanent.
Ah, right.
That'd be really cool.
Actually, how long has it been?
Well, definitely longer than a week.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's been a month or two ish.
Definitely
and a
a
half.
month, I'd say. But yes, continuing on.
Unfortunate, because it would be neat if it did last.
Yeah.
All right.
Now, I think the last person in line is actually, or no, Barrick was one of the first couple, right?
Yeah, I was the first because I did the control water.
Okay. Well, you will indeed be next, though. We gotta have the enemy doing some attacking on these cool people here, such as Val and Mara, and Gideon. Honestly, the three of them are totally rocking the cool factor. Actually, all of y'all being cool. Like, Barrick, you're doing a whole neat wave machine thing over there. I like it. I like it. I like it. Okay. So now, I suppose, Barrick, what's that armor class?
22.
Very, very nice. Unfortunately, that will still hit.
Rip.
So now, is control water a concentration? Can you continue
Yes.
to cast it?
It is concentration.
Okay. Now, upon taking damage, you do need to re-roll for concentration. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay.
Con save.
So, what's that? What's that? Or are you rolling it right now?
I kind of need to wait for the damage.
Okay.
'Cause
So is there a certain threshold it has to exceed?
It's either... Here's what it says about making a concentration save with regards to keeping the spell up. It's either a DC 10 or half the damage if it's higher than 10.
Gotcha. Okay.
That's why I have to wait until you give damage.
All right.
Because that determines DC.
So, okay. Whoa.
So the
That's-
minimum amount of damage for it to be higher than 10 is like 20.
21, 22 damage
Yeah.
minimum. For it to count to have a higher DC.
All right, that is 22 points of damage.
Just enough to have a DC of an 11. Hilariously enough, my con save was a 12. So it's staying up.
So, Barrick, you kind of feel that sense as you catch out of your eye that one of those folk on the deck is kind of looking right at you, and then you feel a bolt from a crossbow go shunk into your chest, and it's just kind of like, but you managed to keep the wave motion going. You're keeping that motion going, but you maybe give that guy a little bit of the stink eye.
What
'Cause
is they rolled a
he did-
hit?
Just high enough to hit Barrick. It was a hit by one.
Yeah, so it was like a 23, I think. If it was
Good roll.
barely hits.
I thought if a barely hit is if they meet your AC.
Yeah, I'd still count it as a barely hit if it's only one over.
Yeah, that's fair.
So, yeah, and he's cheering over there because he hit you. Then he just kind of points your way, like he's gonna try and get you again.
It's like, ha ha ha! I got you to stop casting, ha ha ha! I potentially made you break your concentration. Nope, it's still up.
Yeah, when he sees that you're still doing the wave thing, snaps his fingers, starts reloading his crossbow, like possibly muttering something. Turning the crank on the crossbow.
And now's the point to change what we're doing with the control water there.
That will have to wait till Barrick's turn, but
Yeah.
it would be a good idea. Now for the next, it'll be Mara and Val that are coming under attack. Oh! Zinger! Okay. Mara, you just got hit with a net 20.
Rip.
And Val, what is your present AC?
17.
Okay, now that with the +2 from Shield of Faith?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, and that's also most definitely a hit.
Oof.
Yep, and they are going to swing at you both for... Ooh. Okay, Mara, that is 15 points of... A spear is piercing damage, if I recall right. Yes?
I also believe.
Is that 15 before or after the crit?
I believe that would be before.
Okay, so that's...
And actually, the way that I had been rolling crits, I should actually roll the dice again, because it was double dice, not necessarily double damage.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's another 8.
Okay. Ooh, that's a decent chunk off. Oh.
Yeah, ouch. How much damage did you take?
So 15 and then another 8. That's total 23 points of damage.
Okay, I thought for a second I heard you say 68, and I was like, well,
No,
hold on a second.
That was me trying to get my health, like, drop the health down. I have 64 health.
Okay. Oh boy. And then Val, you are taking. This is the wrong dice for that weapon. It is 11 points of slashing damage as one of those two blokes that had struck you, Val, hits you dead on. They didn't like being stabinated by your Vorpal blade and decided to return the favor.
That's
Got it.
illegal.
Okay. And last but not least will be, of course, Boat itself and Dr. Gavin, who I'm sort of extending as the same person for the context of this battle.
I'd say so long as he's at the wheel, yeah.
And that is a swing and a miss and a swing and a hit. So, Gavin, as you're keeping the ship in position,
Well, what they roll to hit?
what did they roll to hit? So they aren't attacking you exactly, unless you'd like to somehow extend your steering ability to try and mitigate the damage. Basically, would you like to take an evasive maneuver of any kind?
Yes.
Okay. So what we'll have you do is we'll have you roll your handling for ships.
Oh. 28.
Okay. That will be just enough to be successful. So your instincts kick in. You kind of grab the wheel and force it to a halt. The ship lurches a little as you were like going into a turn and forcing it suddenly to stop turning so much. As you see one ballista bolt go whizzing over the deck, and then another that would have struck below decks and possibly started flooding. You see that scrape across the bow of the ship and plunge into the waters.
I've missed this shit.
Okay. So the ship is undamaged. All right, now, Barrick, I believe that puts you up.
I see you, motherfucker. I'm gonna make it hard for you to hit me.
Okay.
So what I'm gonna do, because it's a continual thing, and I could for control water, is that I can use an action or whatever to, repeat the same effect or choose a different one. Instead of flood, I'm gonna change it over to part water. You cause the water in the area to move apart and create a trench. The trench extends across the spell's area, and the separated water forms a wall to either side. The trench remains until the spell ends, or you choose a different effect. The water then slowly fills in the trench over the course of the next round until the normal water level is restored.
Okay. Where are you making this trench?
Calm down,
Well, it's
Noah.
it is the area that is under their boat. It's the same area that was affected before. That does not change.
Gotcha.
Which basically means it's beached on the seabed.
Well, were it that shallow, you're in deep enough that it's gonna get close. What I will say though is that Mara, Val, and Gideon, they're all gonna need to make some dex saves.
Oh boy.
To be able to stay upright.
Oh, good.
Of course you picked my worst one. My worst was the one.
Welcome back, Gideon.
Let's just say make an intelligence save. What, man?
I'm glad you could join us, Koga.
Ah, yes. Let me think so hard that I don't fall over.
23! Almost a nat 20. Let's go.
Hey!
You say it's your worst one, and you still have a +4 on it.
Yes! I'm level 13. I would be disappointed if I didn't.
I mean, I have 3 that are a +0, so. Alright, anyway.
Well, to be fair, I also have the aura that gives me, like, a permanent boost. Remember?
Oh, yeah. That's 16 plus 2 is 18.
Alright.
Dirty 20.
Okay.
I can't believe you would do something so filthy.
We're gonna see if any of their crew ends up making this save as well. Definitely not. Definitely not. No. Nope. Yes. So, Gideon, you feel the ship like start to drop from under you. You kind of just splay your wings to stabilize yourself, and you sort of loft off the ship for a second, and you just sort of gently plop back on your feet. Mara.
Yes.
You just kind of do the splits with your legs and sort of make a tripod with your tail and stabilize yourself that way. And you're able to kind of scrunch back up into a standing position. And Val, you're able to take your sword and use it as an extra support as well, as you just quickly thunk into the wood, hanging onto it for a bit of extra support as the ship goes thump onto the bottom of this trench, and you hear water flooding in and feel the spray of it hit your faces. There's fish on the deck.
What water on either side? Fucking Prince of Egypt, Red Sea split style.
Oh yeah. And like, you see this little merfolk kid that's just like mouth agape, like staring through the wall of water at what's happening.
Kid was just out playing with his dog, playing with his ball, and all of a sudden, strangers from the surface are now down here with him.
And he like waves his hand, and a couple of his other friends like all swim over, so they're all like hands up against the wall, like staring. A couple of them are cheering.
Time to walk their hippocampi back home. Jeez, we don't want extra casualties here. Jeez.
Okay, and yeah, Barrick, you you just sort of put the whole playing field, because for Mara, Val, and Gideon, you can see that almost the entirety of their crew are now prone.
It's like, you're welcome, guys. I'm sure that helps y'all.
Whose turn is next?
Would
It would be Gavin.
Yeah.
All right.
So I
The one thing I
am.
wanted.
I am circling the enemy ship, and I have a question. Getting
Yeah.
in as close as we could without hitting the trench. If I were to cast thaumaturgy and cause my voice to become 3 times as loud as it normally would be, would the people on the enemy ship be able to hear me from here?
Yes.
Cool. I'm going to do that, and flying off of the epic entrance of everybody else, and the fucking Moses parting the Red Sea, I'm going to shout to the enemy crew, "I'm Captain Hellraiser. Surrender now, and you may live. Don't, and you will certainly all die. This is my promise to all of you."
Mara stickers a bit at the name he gave himself.
Mara's freaking cute.
Mara's adorable.
Best party mascot. Okay. You are intending to intimidate, yes?
Yes.
All right. Let's see
Do
a
I
roll
get-
for that.
Do I get advantage because of all the assistance of everything that is happening?
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Just with all the party that's already on the ship, and then just Barrett being just sitting there with control water, fucking with everything.
Dude, that control water thing is so fucking cool, though.
Right?
Natural 20! For a total of 24.
Mm-hmm. So, hearing this, Val, Mara, Gideon, you begin to hear people dropping their weapons. You begin to hear people just kind of scurrying out of the way. Seeing their comrades reacting, so the few that are still standing just back up. One of them, though, actually, what is everybody on the ship's passive perception?
10.
So that's Gideon, Val. Okay.
16.
12.
So, Mara and Gideon, you both are consumed by just that feeling of accomplishment, feeding off that power trip of Barrick parting this trench in the sea, crashing down into the depths. Even the cheering of these little merfolk, the height of battle here. You don't notice it. Val, though.
Alana.
Yes?
Just because I can. Polaris has a passive perception of 14 as well.
Okay. It would not be sufficient, but worth noting.
Yep.
Now, Val, your mind is that much more analytical. Although you are reveling in this victory, there's some part of you that tells you it could be premature. And indeed, as you're paying attention, you do see one of their crew who appears to be disappearing into what may be the captain's room.
Can I jump on Polaris and charge towards that direction?
You may do so.
All right.
I mean, you'd be able to do so even without needing Polaris, but you're, I assume, going for the extra speed. Is that right?
Going for the extra speed, and also he's intimidating.
Okay.
Plus, it's also probably for the best that you're not running in solo.
Yeah, that as well.
So you move into action. Mara and Val, or Gideon rather, you see Val leap onto Polaris with a purpose, and he's beelining towards the aft section of their ship.
Gideon would immediately sort of sending some telepathy, a sort of "what are you doing?" as he begins to follow. Not quite.
In immediate response to that, Val will tell you this isn't over yet.
With that, Gideon will speed up. Yep.
And the goal is, I don't know how we want to go about this, but I think it would be just really, really fucking cool if me and Polaris can just essentially like barge through that fucking door, splintering it.
Man, I don't think the door is gonna fit the both of you, but you can try and make a door out of the wall.
That's what I was about to
Sure.
suggest.
So, to be fair, it's like what, a red dragon wormling? Isn't its strength like 18 or some shit?
19.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, you make a door. You don't use the door.
You are the door.
I am the battering ram for the door.
And what you see is one of these crewmates holding what seems to be a wanted poster. There is a glyph glowing on it, and he is holding a candle flame up to it. The candle flame licks and strikes the wanted poster. As you're processing this, you see that's Gavin's face. It ignites, and it turns into a puff of bright blue smoke that seems to dissipate.
That can't be good.
Sorry, what? Hang on.
Concern.
So specifically, Val is the one who gets there fast enough to see all this.
You're sort of arriving, Gideon and Mara as well?
Yep.
Both of you are chasing after? Okay.
Yeah.
So both
Yeah,
Mara and
uh,
Gideon, you're arriving as that flame is fully engulfing it, so you're not able to tell what it is. But
How funny. I'm
Using
sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
using the sending stone, I immediately contact Gavin, calling him out specifically because the sending stones essentially are just like open walkie-talkies, right?
yeah,
Okay. Calling out Gavin specifically with the sending stone, I tell him immediately what I just saw. I just
The-
saw a wanted poster with your face on it with a glyph get ignited and turn into blue smoke. The fuck is going on?
What does that tell me? What do I know of what that is?
it is effectively the only means of telling someone your location. That glyph, basically, they just pinged you on a map. And the entirety of the Vanishing Isles, anyone that wants you dead, now knows you're not only alive, but they know where you are.
Good thing we won't be here for very long.
And then I immediately run up to the guy and strike him down.
You're just gonna freaking run him through?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a vorpal sword.
Gideon-
Go for the head.
I mean, yeah. Actually,
Gideon,
no.
eh,
I want to decapitate him.
Oh.
Not decapitation. Decapitation is literally removing his head. I wish to amputate him with his leg.
Oh.
Which one?
Bang!
if Gideon
Doesn't
can,
matter,
he
so
will
long as he can't
definitely
walk.
Both.
All right, hold on.
Got
Let's
it.
let Gideon finish. What is that, Gideon?
If Gideon is seeing Val try to, run up and attack, he will definitely try to stop. It would be in his nature to try to stop this, if that is possible.
Polaris blocked me.
You see Polaris look a bit quizzically at you, but is already in the process of shielding you from your compatriots.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Gideon, you may try to get past if you wish.
Okay. If bad enough he sees Val, going in for this amputation, going in for this attack, it is even worse the fact that he is specifically trying to block them from stopping him. Gideon is definitely trying to get around or over this, over what's his name? I'm
Polaris.
sorry,
Polaris.
Polaris. Definitely going to try to get over and around Polaris.
Okay. What I'll have you do is I'll have you roll for acrobatics. Because you're trying to, or athletics. No, this time it is actually athletics. So you may use your strength.
Right, that's at least something better I'm better at. 17.
Okay. So you're able to begin clambering over Polaris, despite him going trying to get at you and stop you. Mara, are you doing anything? Or are you just kind of chilling?
I would imagine that. I mean, she probably also doesn't want Val to do this, but I imagine she probably doesn't have the reaction time Gideon does. So.
I mean, I'm gonna argue you saw it at the same time as Gideon, so you're welcome to try and make a move, or even to help Gideon if you wish.
Yeah, but she saw it at the same time, but reaction time.
Okay.
Not...
Well, however you wish to rule that, I'll allow it. Perhaps like this. The sense of panic, which hits you at seeing Val have this intent overpowers your ability to move your muscle as fast as you'd like.
All right.
So if you do want to try anything, you'll be reaching Val second. Now, Gideon, you successfully make it past Polaris right as Val... Val, I'm going to have you make an attack roll. Because this guy's obviously not going to want you to just amputate him.
I mean, no one wants to be amputated. Everyone wants to die. This guy's gotta be screwed. I rolled a 14 on the die. That's a dirty 20.
Okay. So you raise your hand, and he's actively fighting against you, so your first strike digs the blade into him, and you feel it starting to cut through bone. You feel it starting to slice through. But you see, with his fighting back, it'll take one more swing.
It's like
Would
butter.
would we consider this him maimed at this point?
What would that condition cause?
Okay. This isn't a condition that, like, of the sort. This is like an actual phrasing of the word maimed. Such as basically that leg is more or less unusable. Like, if he tries to walk on it, it's like walking on a broken foot.
Yes.
Okay. Honestly, with that will more or less be satisfactory. For Val. He doesn't the goal, even though the goal was to take his leg, it wasn't to it was more or less just to stop him from being able to run away.
So you hear the meaty sound of blades, a blade striking through flesh, Mara, and you hear this man scream, and he cries out, "My leg! What kind of monster are you? What is... Ah!" As he falls to the ground and is clutching the leg that is only just hanging on.
These
Blood
guys
is already
are.
pooling on the floor.
What kind of monster are you? He says. These guys attacked an innocent island of normal villagers, whatever, out of the blue. They don't get to fucking say that.
That is a matter of opinion and perspective, sir.
Yeah. As far as they know, this is just business.
We're evil,
So,
but we're
Val-
not monsters.
Yeah, how many
Oh my
people
gosh.
have you raped, Mr. Person who isn't a monster?
So, joking set aside, I take that moment of him clutching his leg and I point the end of the Vorpal sword at him. And oh no! Oh, my poor brain. It had a really cool thing it wanted to say, and now it's gone.
Rip.
Improvise.
It was so
Brain
cool. And it was
said
so in
no.
character. Yeah, it was so cool and so in character.
Something along the lines of what? Why'd you do this? Who'd you send it to? Who'd you warn?
Okay, you know what? Fuck, I have improvising as I'm just over here actually pantomiming Val. So Val takes the end of the Vorpal sword and points it at his face. If you speak quickly and truthfully, we can save you. You don't, and you will die.
Quickly, truthfully. I'd
What?
rather die.
Suit yourself.
Val,
And
no.
instead of killing him,
That was Mara calling out.
yep. Val had switched the the way he was holding the sword to stab down into this man, and hearing Mara, he stops.
That's
Yeah, at this point, Polaris just reaches over and just puts Mara next to Val.
let's not do anything that isn't necessary.
If he doesn't give
Val,
us
that's
answers,
enough.
I don't want to hear that from you, Gideon.
Of course you don't. You know, I'm right.
Gideon, I'm not the one who's always
Val,
fucking
that's
around
enough.
with shit that I don't understand and nearly ripping open fucking space and time and magic.
Here's the thing. I didn't know what I was doing. You know what you are doing.
Yeah? I damn straight know what I'm doing. I'm doing what needs to be done to figure out what the fuck this guy just did.
What you're doing is trollity, which doesn't befit a king. Doesn't befit anyone.
He's defenseless, Val.
Is he? And Val will just turn around and looking past Polaris, past the what I assume is the remnants of a wall now of where a door was, and looking out on the ship where all of the rest of this man's crew is. This is one guy of Lana, throw me a number of how many are probably on this crew.
You're not sure that that's even really all of them on the deck. You could assume there's possibly like more than 100 guys on here.
Of 100+ men. This guy knew he was going to do this as soon as he heard the right wording. We got 100 other men to fight, probably more.
100 men who put down their blade just to hear you quite possibly kill one of their innocent men. What do you think they're going to do?
This man is not innocent. He did this after blades were put down. He is still fighting.
Do you want the rest to pick them back up? Do you want to fight through another 100 men who just surrendered?
We're going to be fighting 100 more men. And demons and monsters and chimeras and possibly fucking dragons. I'm not wanting to fight all of them, but I am most certainly going to fight the ones I have to. And if it has to start with this man here, then so be it. This man has made our lives 100 times more difficult, most likely, and that is not a price I am willing to pay without at least getting something from it.
On Barrack and I's end, do we see the barrier? Has it gone down at all after I shouted that?
It hasn't yet, but you can at least tell that it is no more being maintained. So it will likely go down in the next minute or so.
I'm gonna start dropping anchor and start move and look over the barrack. Keep the walls of water up. I'm going in.
Quick clarification question, Lana.
Yeah.
These guys are pirates, right? Like, this is like for sure pirates.
Yeah.
Okay. I couldn't remember it, but I remembered it was like from like the last session.
Yeah. I am diving into the water and I am going down and I will be climbing up the ship. As soon as the barrier is let down.
Okay.
You guys continue your fighting. I will, I guess, pop in when Lana says I pop in.
Val, listen. What benefit there killing him, letting him live?
Because he's a threat so long as he lives, Mara. Unless I can be convinced that he's not, that he'll change his ways, and he points the sword at the man's face again. This man is a continued threat to us. I will cut all threats out.
We don't have to kill him. We can capture him. We can put him through due process.
It's either we don't have time, Mara. If the time was on our side, I'd be more than happy to do that. But time is not on our side. We have decisions that must be made in the moment.
For the love of I rest. You can't just blindly go cutting out every threat.
You think
Everything is a threat.
you think I blindly chose this man? I saw that he went in here. I knew he was going to do something. Did I know specifically what? No. But I sure as hell caught it.
Yes,
This is
you
exactly the same. This is exactly the saying of getting your hand caught in the damn cookie jar.
did. Except for most people, they don't cut off the fucking arm.
Yes, they do.
Can we take that as Dr. Gavin coming in? Because that was actually really funny.
You know what? Yeah, I'll allow that. You know, dripping wet with salt water, but yeah, he's there.
All right. Looking at Val after saying that. Is that one?
This is the guy that I just sunding stoned you about.
Very well. I pull out the blaster and I shoot him in the head.
Fucking.
All right, you pull out the weapon and vaporize a hole from one end of his skull out the other and through the ship. And you see his body just slump to the ground.
I pull out my flame tongue scimitar and I say, Igni. The flame alights at the command word, and I look to the rest of the enemy crew. Anyone else? This island is my territory.
So hold up. Gideon might have something here.
Mm-hmm.
So you fired that round, and you were sure that, in fact, in your mind, you had even pictured that that would just be the result. A hole put through his head. All you hear is Gideon crying out in pain, in terrified pain, as you smell burnt flesh and hear the sound of sizzling. Gideon, you are now at half HP, half of whatever HP you were at, and your face feels like the fires of the sun.
What in the nine hell do you lot think you are doing?
This man is bleeding to death. He is an enemy combatant, and you are standing in his way.
The only person in my way is currently you. For the love of God, for the love of I wrestle, let me see him. Then it's going to take off that helm. There is a very visible sort of burn mark running through his head. Very
He has
clearly.
just already committed a crime he cannot atone for. He has let everyone in these seas know where I am.
Then fucking leave. Why waste your time on him? Go.
To put him out of his misery, he's already bleeding to death.
You think I can't fix that? For the love of God, I cured his own death. You think I can't fix a fucking leg?
What else has this man done? How many people has he killed? How many towns has he plundered? How many women has he raped as they screamed, begging him to stop? All of them! You'll stand in the way of their deaths?
Yes, I will. Because even a piece of shit like him, even a piece of part scum can't be redeemed. Even they deserve a life. That is everything I have devoted my entire being into believing. And here you are striking him down for something he can't undo. At least for the level I wrestle, let him try to atone. But no. They going to try to pretty much lay on hands, heal that leg, to at least stop him from bleeding to death.
Okay. You go ahead and you touch your hands to him, but when you attempt to use lay on hands on him, you don't feel the magic leave you. That sense of healing, it doesn't change.
He is going to check for a pulse.
Okay. You reach and you check. There's nothing.
He is going.
Oh, who'd we lose?
So we lost Dank.
No, I'm here.
Anyone,
Oh
Where's
no.
Barrick?
Oh, it's yeah, we lost Barrett. Shit.
Ah. Rip.
Yeah. Yo. I wonder if they lost internet connection or something.
Golly, I hope not. This was getting to be a dang good moment.
Right?
Oh, there he is.
Hey!
Woo! You still muted, but
Internet
there they are.
died.
Ah, I called it.
Oof.
Is it back now though? Are you good? Or is
I'm
this like
a hotspot until for the moment, so
All right, I will tell you the results of that, Gideon, when Mara has finished. You had started speaking to Gideon. I thought I heard. Oh, man, I was hearing things.
maybe? Anyways, what's the result on a?
Yeah, you cast that, and you hear him suddenly suck in a breath and go as the color returns to his body, and the leg is still only moderately attached, but he is no more bleeding.
Did you feel that? Did you look? You. He turns his attention back onto the pirate. His expression is clearly he is upset. He is serious. There is some very clear anger to it. Listen to me. Why on earth did you think that was a good idea? Why in the hell would you even try to do that? Answer me this, and maybe, just maybe, they won't send you to oblivion again.
What? Molly, you blithering idiot!
Listen, I don't think I can stop them. You're clearly not listening to me. Promise you, there's nothing waiting for you after this. So just answer me.
He just looks both puzzled, lost, and dazed from having just been brought back. And just under his breath reiterates the same answer.
For wasting too much time, you're right about that at least, but can't just let you kill him again. Leave. Val, Davin, leave.
He's told you his answer, hasn't he?
And you'll be wasting a lot more time arguing with me instead of just leaving. If you try attacking him again, I promise you, I will take it instead. I will take as many blows as you throw at him.
You already
until
told
I
him.
myself die.
You already told him that you'd let us if he didn't give you a good enough answer. You're going back on your own word.
Yes, I am. Because
You don't get to have your cake and eat it too.
You're a hypocrite. Stay here on this island. And I start walking off the ship.
my fucking will.
Val looks to Mara, stopping beside her, and says, "It is 1 life to 100, at best, with these men. These men get their life from killing and disgracing others. Think on that." And he will call for Polaris, and they will walk out onto the deck.
Okay. Now, who is still in the room? Is it Gideon and Mara? And the man in question?
Mara just sort
More
of
so.
stands there staring at the floors for a moment. And slowly walks over the captain. Still has his cut in his...
Correct.
Okay. He's going to just start trying to cauterize the wound. And though and from being close to from them being so close, the captain will be able to see that Mara is currently holding back.
What?
Mara?
Uh,
Did you kill them?
what?
Did he kill them? The rest of the party, I mean.
Hang on, what are you saying? I'm sorry.
about what you're Mara, did you tell the rest of the party what you're trying to do with your, ancestor?
Val knows. I don't think I've told.
I'm sorry, Mara, but I hope you know you're right, though. You're just being so stubborn. And as Mara is totalizing the guy's wound, D&D uses lay on hands to make sure the pain doesn't kill him, or he see it doesn't accidentally make it worse. Or like applying healing as he's performing the tatterization.
So all people on the ship crew, I'm saying as calmly as I can. You're all going to leave this island. And you're never going to come back. If you do, I will know. And you will all die.
Hey, Lana.
And
Yeah.
walk
Can I
off the ship.
steal you for private time?
Okay.
Oh my.
Okay. All right. Then we shall return.
Mm.
Cool. Take this time and I'll be right back.
And Barrick's going to be the neutral party to all that just happened.
Yeah, that's sort of oath of redemption. Entire thing is rather not you kill, even if they are the worst.
Yeah, no, what? Yeah, because Barrick's still back on the ship we have been using, and I don't doubt that anyone was using sending stones to keep him in the loop. So he's just like watching,
Man, what the hell are they doing down there?
I hear it. I hear what seems like a lot of yelling. I'm sure I'm sure I'll be filled in later. But at the same time, do I even want to be filled in for some of that stuff? Because right now he's sitting at the perfect neutral between both sides of the group.
Man.
I'm back.
Hi, back.
I'm back.
It's
I'm on
me, Saga.
I forgot that you pronounce it Kaga.
How do you pronounce it then?
Koga.
Total con.
Aha, hello.
Welcome back.
Hello.
Howdy.
Val walks up to Dr. Gavin and puts his hand on his shoulder. Take Polaris, go back to the ship. Tell
You're not
Barrett
com-
to let go.
You're not coming?
I'll be there momentarily.
Very well. And I do as he says. I do as my king commandeth of me.
So, Dr. Gavin, Val pats Polaris and says, take Dr. Gavin back to the ship, and I'll be there shortly.
Polaris nods. And we'll turn to Gavin, lowering down and allowing him to board.
I climb aboard the admittedly small mount and allow him to fly me over. I am not used to motion like this. I'm not a animal rider. My animal handling is 1.
So Polaris takes it slow to rise up out of this chasm of water and brings you safely back aboard the ship that you are upon.
Thank you, Polaris. Go back to Val now.
He nods and simply does a little hop over the edge and glides back down.
Walk over to Barrack.
Because Barrett's kind of just been like, probably on like one of the higher decks just to keep an eye out on the surrounding areas.
How much longer can you keep that up?
I could keep it up for 10 minutes total, so...
Lana, how long's it been?
That's also a
will
good
actually
question.
I'll actually say that since you are no longer under duress, you can technically continue to hold it so long as you maintain concentration.
Gotcha.
So
Continual
still
spell
doing
slots.
Yeah.
I mean, to be
Continual
fair, it's a
so long as
4th level spell. How is Control Water a 4th level spell?
as long as I'm
fear.
not fighting, I could technically keep this going for a bit, but...
Yeah, I wouldn't say you need to spend the spell slot on it. At least not a new one, so long as you maintain the same concentration. Like you don't try and move anywhere.
Gotcha.
Basically, just holding it.
I am over the sending stone to everybody. Anybody who is coming, who is going to be on this ship, we are leaving in 3 minutes. We do not have time to dally. then the barrack, I will say. Gideon decided that saving a... Well, he decided that a rapist pirate who gave our location away to every single ship and pirate within the Sunken Isles was worthy of taking a laser blast to the face for.
At the very least, that's gonna put a huge damper in the time back. It's only I know I'm only hearing one side of it, and I know Gideon likely has his own reasons for saving the guy, but
He simply said anyone is worth saving no matter how much they've done.
So just for a moment, I would like to pull Mara aside.
All
Just a
right.
second. So go ahead and hop over, and I'll meet you there.
Whoppa. Hello.
Okay. So Mara, you
Yes.
feel a pull. You feel a sense that you need to look out on the deck. Now, you're familiar with how the color scale changes when you're aboard the ferryman's ship in Sea of Thieves. How everything turns almost grayscale green. Yeah?
I cannot say I recall what you were referring to.
Okay. Just real quick, let me just find an image for you. Sending it in PMs. That sort of color scale.
Okay.
As you step out through the hole, you see that this is the color that the world takes on. And what you see is the form of one of Ophelia's reapers. What you witness is every sailor lying still. You're aware this is not reality. This is a glimpse into, perhaps, the immediate future. And the Reaper speaks. Death. Death has chosen these souls. And their time, it approaches.
What?
Their time appointed has come. And so their souls will be moved on. Leave now, and bring with you your companions.
Yes. Ilya.
You speak with questions, yet what would you have me answer?
I do the right thing.
To preserve his life? To stave off the inevitable? You see him turn, pause for a moment. His fingers thoughtfully tap upon the handle of his weapon. It is an executioner's blade, a wide-bladed weapon. And instead of a pointed tip, it is curved in order that the death blow that it deals might be more painless. A weapon by which you kill with mercy. He then turns and he looks to you. Our Mother Death, Lady of the End, she would approve of such. To fight for life, her husband's greatest gift. It is noble, though perhaps he may not have deserved it in the end. You may, if you wish, save his life. His time has not yet come.
Okay. Thank you.
And then there's a soft sound like glass breaking. And as your eyes widen, you're stood back where you had previously been. The color of the world is back to normal. And your hands, they've finished cauterizing the wound on this member of the enemy crew. And now, we will return.
All right. Oh boy.
And
Welcome back.
Hello.
hold on, there you go.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Was Mara doing anything in these 3 minutes?
Mara suddenly explodes.
You see her drop dead.
Suddenly, there's Tiamat. Oh no!
Oh, shit.
Well,
Hi,
guys, say your
Grandma.
prayers now to whoever. Say your prayers now of whoever you're going to, because we're all dead.
All right, everybody say it with me. TPK. TPK.
TPK.
TPK.
TPK. Rocks fall. The party dies because the rocks are actually Earth.
Okay. Right. Okay. So Gideon, you see Mara sort of like almost zone out for a minute. And she zones back in as she finishes cauterizing the wounds, Captain. And she looks over to you and says, "Help me out here." And she stands up and she tries to pull the captain up to his feet and hold and carry him on her.
Yeah, Didim will not even question it and just immediately help her out by doing the same on his other side.
Careful. It still hurts an awful lot. Cries out this captain and will lean more heavily into Gideon, who's on the side of his good leg. All right, now real quick, we're gonna cut over to Val.
All right.
So you see Val standing on the ship, not too far from you. About, I'd say 20, 25 at most. feet away from you from the entrance of the captain's quarters. And you will notice Polaris is not there. Lana, just FYI, when Polaris comes back down, I have him revert back to his little statue state.
Okay.
And then safely tuck him away. With that said, Val looks to Gideon, to Mara, and sighs. If we let them live, they will do more evil than good. You do realize you are saving someone who will ruin 100 lives for every one of them.
You don't know that. No one can know that.
Val looks to the captain between them and says, "Will you change your ways as soon as we leave you guys alone? Or will you go back to the only life that you've ever known?"
And Mara interrupts and says, "We're not leaving him."
Then with that, I have no choice. Your 3 minutes are up. And with that, I cast water breathing on myself, Gideon, and Mara. Barrick, disband the spell.
Alright. Okay. Like, Barrick knows it's not 3 minutes, so he's gonna, not do, like, full on, like, break it. It'll,
No, fully break the
Full.
spell.
Alright. And he's like, "You sure?"
Yes, do it.
And he'll do that.
So, as you four are stood there on the deck of this ship, you feel that magic empower your lungs, and then what was previously just trickles of water was now an active torrent. It felt like rain and hailstones mixed together. This water was crashing down. The vessel started sinking, and you feel it already lurching towards the bottom. This water is rushing and crashing in, and it will only be seconds before you all are engulfed in the sea.
With that, Val will leave. And he'll extend a hand towards Mara and Gideon.
Is there enough time to get to summon out the flying carpet?
You will be able to do so, but with all of the water crashing down, it will be difficult to fly out. Possible, but difficult.
Mara looks at Val's hand, then he looks away, and indeed, he summons out the carpet, gets on it with the captain with her, and Gideon, if he chooses to also go with, and immediately going to start flying up.
Gideon, in fact, will not take Mara's hand. Instead, he is going to immediately, more or less, let go of the captain. The moment he is certain that Mara has him under control, has him on the carpet, Gideon is going to pull away and immediately set and worry about, the other crew members. He's going to check if they are in trouble of drowning, if any are.
I mean, I don't really have to answer that there.
Yeah, he's already answered it. The ship is sinking.
Yeah, so
the
they
crew
are.
will-
Yeah.
Yeah, the ship is sinking. The crew is going to drown.
Yeah.
Unless they have some sudden means of
water is crashing down upon them. The ones that are on the deck are probably dead from immediately being crushed by water pressure in the first place. The ship is probably like cracked in half or some shit.
Yeah, I mean, if you had to hazard a guess, Gideon, the ship will hit the bottom in seconds, and you have less time than that to actually leave.
Yeah, no, like we said earlier, the water was risen and parted like Moses in the Red Sea, right? Yeah, what did it do to the Egyptians when they tried to follow the Jews? Boom! Gone!
He
Dead!
technically doesn't
Paste!
have a choice. That case doesn't seem like he actually has a choice in the matter. Nothing he can really do in this situation. So yeah, in that case, he would be joining Mara in this scenario.
Okay. Mara, you will need to make an acrobatics check in order to successfully navigate the sheer volume of water.
Actually, can I cast Resilient Spear around the, what I'm gonna recount the spell. Let's make sure this isn't on the fuck us over. It's weightless. What do you roll? How do you roll this? If I cast the spell, Resilient Spear, around the carpet itself, would that envelop all of us?
An enclosed creature can use its action to push against the sphere's walls and thus roll the sphere.
Yes, I believe it would also encase all of you, provided you all crowd together close enough.
Then in that case, Gideon would warn Mara, get close. And the moment they are, enclosed, assuming he brings the captain over, he will cast the spear around the ship, around the thing itself. I must.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Mara, you feel that magical energy crackle around you, and you see an orb weave its way around yourself, Gideon the captain, and the carpet. And although your motion almost immediately stops, the water and its volume catches you, and you're left floating there with enough air to make it easily to the surface in time. Slow though it be, with the flying carpet pushing against the walls of the sphere.
Half speed, woo!
If you were to turn and look, you would see the ship hit the bottom. Its hull breaking, splitting at a 45-degree angle near the aft of the ship. Some of its supplies bobbing up through holes in the vessel and starting to rise to the surface. You also see bodies. You see some moving and straining, breath barely holding, and you see life leave them. You see the air churn out of this vessel as it loses its buoyancy, and it is now a dead ship. It is almost like a cathedral. The dead floating, this vessel and its sails forming the sacred halls. And you feel that the work of Ophelia has been done. Her needs honored. Or deeds, rather. And all is quiet. You don't even hear their last moments through the walls of this sphere.
Back at the house, and she's clearly not okay with it, but she seems to have already accepted that this was.
Fucking murderers. Fucking. Rest bless me with strength. For the love of God. Gideon is just muttering under his breath. He is visibly shaking, seething with rage. Not exactly taking it out, but it is just visible with every minor movement.
Gideon is on the carpet, right?
Oh yeah, like
Yes.
Okay.
if he is shaking with rage, you can feel that. Like you're kind of like pressed up against him even.
Maros reaches over and puts a hand on Gideon's shoulder. He just says, Ophelia had already marked.
Not. You think that helps? You think that makes it any better whatsoever?
There was nothing that could be done to save them.
I can't accept that answer, Mara. I can't accept that answer.
Mara doesn't respond. She just continues to push the carpet along to the ship.
Do I see Val coming up from the water at any point?
I will actually need Val for another moment of my own here.
Oh boy.
Oh, good.
Goodness gracious.
Now, Val, I'll actually ask you this.
Okay.
Now, we may either do this one-on-one, or we may do it here. Which do you prefer?
One-on-one. I like keeping people in suspense.
Fucking asshole.
Fuck you guys! Yeah! Fuck you guys! I'm out of here.
So what I'm gathering just as a player here is that if they were marked by death, marked for death by Ophelia in that moment. It's very likely that as soon as they would have gotten back up or anything, if they had been left alone, they would have immediately fired upon us and tried to attack us again.
Actually, I'm not gonna say anything.
Or, more likely, if they were marked by death itself, and it was, fated to happen, more likely they would have risen up, and immediately some minor attack you did against the ship earlier would have suddenly caught up to them and blown up the ship, or something like that.
Also, just knowing the Sunken Isles, they could all just have death marks on them for one reason or another. Sunken Isles are wild.
Yeah, they get up, the boat rises up, and they just immediately get flamed by the fog.
The goddess of the oceans did say straight up that so long as we attacked in self-defense, we'd be fine. But any ship that, any crew that attacks first is marked, which would mean that that crew
No, we
and
don't.
probably almost every other crew across the Sunken Isles will have a death mark on them.
What I'm gathering is
Which
that
would
mark
just
for
make
death is
it
already
even.
a phrase otherwise in D&D that I didn't know about.
That
I
is a
think
what?
he's just making assumptions based off what he knows. Also, that if you say that to Gideon, that is just going to make it worse in his eyes. That means that should have been avoided, or could have been avoided. If you tell, oh yeah, people just have that here. That's going to make it worse. That's not going to comfort him. So in that case, oh yeah, because everyone's fated to die. That's sort of what being mortal means.
Yeah, I'll wait until we're back in character to explain exactly what she meant.
Hmm.
The one time Gideon sticks to his principles of being over against him, and it doesn't fucking matter.
To be fair,
I mean, I guess
the
it
one time
kind
he
of
stuck
matters
to his
what kinda.
principles, it was probably now maybe the one time he shouldn't have.
Well, actually, he has stuck to his principles because he didn't kill any assassins, and very specifically, so it was a non-lethal option against them. And yeah, so there's only been one other time where Gideon was explicitly in a scenario where he could have chosen the pacifist, not kill them option. Because the one person, sentient person he has killed, was on accident. And my computer has died.
Oh, fun.
Oh no.
Well, not dead, it's like at 10%, so it pretty much turns off immediately.
I mean, plug it in?
I could, but it's like 11:25, and the starters were all the way upstairs. I don't know how long this was. Yeah, I might as well just take it just in case it does last longer when you make another roll.
For some reason, there is a Chinese person in the team.
Don't worry, there are things healing. What does that even mean? Why have I been? Why have I been doing this in the dark the entire time? There's a light to the laundry room. I've already been suffering because it's so warm in here. Why have I also been doing it in the dark?
Oh, no. That's a good question. Why? Why have you?
Yeah, the only reason I picked the laundry room is because it's like I don't want to wake up my grandpa goes to bed like upstairs where I normally do it, and it's also like the more private area of the house.
Don't you have a bedroom?
No,
Oh, I was gonna say it's a joke.
All right.
I share it with the grandparents. Yeah, I've been living with my grandparents for a while now. Yep.
There's not like a spare room or anything there for you.
There's only 2 bedrooms, and that's occupied by my aunt and my grandparents specifically.
Okay.
They've been talking for a while, huh?
Hmm.
Plotting something serious.
I was about to say, imagine one of Koga's grandparents going to do laundry and finding him playing D&D in there. And then I thought about it for a moment. I was like, who wakes up at almost midnight to do laundry?
I'm sure they have heard me. I'm very sure they have heard me because, like, the living room is just like past the kitchen, and the laundry room next to the kitchen.
So what's
I'm pretty sure Ocean over there. Hey, Ocean. Hi, love you.
Oh, I was back.
Welcome back.
Hello.
And of course, Lana has to come back with them. Ugh.
Fuck you.
Oh, gee, thanks. Golly.
well, time to throw Gideon overboard?
Okay. Barrick, you have the highest
Rocks
passive
fall.
perception, right?
Yes, Barrick's passive is 19 perception.
Jesus.
You see Val's form bob to the surface first. You see him suddenly gasp in breath and cough violently. And I'll ask you to make a perception check for this.
Alright.
Oh, dear.
Active perception is a 19 as well.
Something strikes you as strange. What it is, you can't tell.
but something does seem to be off about Val.
Indeed.
Concern. But he will at least be like, hey, see Val. I see Val, let's see about getting something over to him.
Mm-hmm.
Gavin lowers down the little, I don't know, off-ship ladder, whatever, and goes down and his hand outstretched to start bringing him up.
Okay.
And if it's possible via sending stone to just privately just send a message to just Val, and he'll just be like, you good?
Do the sending stones work like that? I thought the concept was open walkie-talkie.
Either
You can target individuals.
Ah, cool.
Just like with a walkie-talkie, you can just switch channels to only talk with one person.
Well, fuck, had I known that, I would have fucking done that to Barrick earlier.
I thought you had.
Yeah, this certainly did.
Oh, well, see, I was the dumbass here. I didn't realize you could specify certain individuals. So, yes, consciously, if Val knew that, he would have only done Barrick for that command of telling him to release the spell, but Fox did not remember. So anyways, so you guys drag, and I mean this pretty literally. You guys are like Dr. Gavin, you're dragging Val out of the water. And
Well, I'm a werewolf now.
I forgot
Got that 15 strength. I need it.
Yeah. Val
what have you
is
been eating?
seawater. Val
Fair.
feels like a heavy, wet pile of wet, dead cat, pretty much, is how I would best describe it. He's not dead. You can definitely tell he is breathing. He's still alive. He just is not moving.
Like unconscious or
no, more like
Shock.
Shock, and he got done running 15 miles because of it. So he is just dead noodle.
I am bringing him up and I am shouting, Barrick!
What? Yeah, coming. Again, repeat
I am
just a Val.
Flopping him very gently on the deck.
No.
Something's wrong.
No control. He just splays like a fish.
Keep an eye out for the others. Gideon and Mara, please. Someone, anyone.
They would actually have appeared above the water first.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, Val was underwater, like, from the time you guys... Pretty much, actually, from the time you guys get bubbled and are leaving the water, Val stayed. He was under the water the entire time.
Oh.
That would have been great context to have.
My pardons.
But, very much, if that's the case, Barrick would have been like, hey, get them on, and then sees Val and be like... and... Barrick is very much going to do what he can to, do a medical checkup. Be like, hey, fuck, like you will, just see if you could get something out of Val.
Honestly, I don't think you really need to do like a roll or anything for that. You're just gonna be able to look at him and just tell that it's just exhaustion. He is... he's basically just showing signs of like having the wind punched out of him. And is just recovering from that.
Gotcha.
And Val lazily flings his arm at you and just in a really weak voice tells you, I'm fine. I'm fine. And
Ish.
pat your shoulder.
Very pointed. You sure don't look like it.
Well, you wouldn't look fine taking the entirety of the sea upon your shoulders either, so I think I have a valid excuse.
All right, let's.
You need a stretcher?
No, I don't need a goddamn stretcher. I'm fine. Just let me lie here for like 5 minutes and I'll be up.
Or we just take you to your bed so you can sleep it off.
Look, if you want to do that, that's fine too. But I either lie here for 5 minutes in the middle of the deck, or I lie there for 5 minutes. So take your pick.
Let's at least prop you up in a corner where you won't get interrupted.
I'm looking at the bubble. I'm waiting for it to come down.
Didn't catch that.
Waiting for the bubble to come down, looking up at it.
Okay.
Oh,
I mean, Gideon, you're able to cancel the spell at will, right?
Yeah, I can cancel that. Well, I'll also
cool.
do the drop concentration.
So yeah, bubble goes bloop.
bloop.
Yeah, so as they're back on the main, the ship, or out of the water, then we'll drop concentration.
Brings the carpet down onto the ship.
Gavin, upon seeing the captain there with you, there is a look of unbridled anger and in as calm a voice as he can muster, he says, "Why the fuck is he on the ship?"
Delia gave me a chance.
Gavin exhales slowly. Head turns up just a little. He gets the brig.
Of course.
And he turns his attention to the king.
Mara's going to just nod to Gideon to be like, hey, you go take him to the brig. He goes over to check on.
Gideon does not say a word as he begins dragging the captain to the brig. He's not even looking at the rest of the party.
Beric,
Yes.
I thought I said to drop the spell gently.
I did. That's my plan. But then Val was just like, drop it now. And no, like, essentially, don't hold back, don't slow it down. Just full block, full release. I did ask, because that wasn't my plan, was to release slowly. And I was like, being like, are you sure? If
Oh, it's fine. I believe you. I'm a little surprised.
The blame fully rests with me.
I believe you.
No,
I want to give them
You
one more
don't-
chance.
you don't understand. The decision fully rests with me. And he grabs the front of Dr. Gavin's shirt, turning him to look him in the eye. Got that?
There's a look in Gavin's eye. I do.
Good.
I was gonna give them one more chance to run off. I was just going to kill the captain.
That ship sailed. As he looks over to Mara and Gideon.
You're a lot more like me than I'd like to give you credit for. Because quite frankly, that's not a good thing.
I know. I know. And I have debts to pay.
My king, I mean this with all due respect. I respect your decision, but you, with your position, you do need to hold back on that. Leave that to me. That's my job, not yours.
Too late for that. Much
Not-
too late.
Not for
As
next time.
with Val saying that, he actually goes to stand up. And I imagine he's probably like using Gavin and Barrick to like try and get up onto his own feet.
Mm-hmm.
And then he stops, realizing what he's doing, lets go, and gets up on his own, even if he has to struggle. And he will walk away. Shakily, but walk away.
So, as that's happening,
What's the DC? What's the DC for the passive of noticing something? Sorry, Mara. Llama?
And a second. Okay. What was that?
What is the DC for noticing like body language?
Like, are you asking what the check is?
Yeah.
Or...
Like what if you were to ask somebody to make a passive perception of noticing someone's body language, what would be the DC they would have to make to notice it?
I could also potentially argue insight as well.
Yeah, I'd say if you're just trying to read body language you'd be going for. I would agree. I think insight in any real case, as you're trying to.
Sorry, this isn't like body language, but like noticing that Val's doing something or has done something.
Then that might be more perception.
Okay. So what would be the perception for people to notice Val has done something on his way away from them?
Like if you're actively trying to hide it, I'd say you roll sleight of hand. Anyone who wants to see rolls perception against that.
Okay. We'll do that then. Yeah, basically if they have a 10 or higher, they're going to notice.
Well, as I said, Gideon is refusing to even look at them, so he's definitely not going to, roll that.
Well, this would be your passive pretty much anyways. So
Oh, my passive's 16.
He's
Yeah.
passively ignoring them.
He's actively ignoring them, so
yeah. So basically, yeah, if your passive's a 10 or higher, you're gonna notice Val do this, but as he's walking away, you see that he takes a quick look out back towards the sea, back where he popped up at, back where that ship came up at. Or went down at, sorry. Wrong words. And then look away and continue walking. And that's it. Shut up.
It's like files note for later.
It's going in the book.
Mm-hmm.
Mara has been, as Val was walking away.
Rip.
Ripping pepperonis.
Hey!
I can't believe Val suddenly had a stroke. I can't believe Val actually drowned there. He just was walking around for the last waking moments.
My bad. I went to go and look somewhere at something and accidentally clicked the wrong thing.
So as Val is looking away, Mara is looking at him, look of great concern, and she reaches out like she's about to try and get his attention, but just stops, looks down at the ground.
Gideon is not going to return from the brig. He is going to stick to the lower deck.
It's like, meanwhile, it's like after taking a moment to just walk, like, keep an eye on Val for a moment. Pierre would probably, like, just side comment to Gavin, who's probably like right there. So, we should probably get moving.
Yes, we should.
We should probably check the ship though, because I think we did take a few hits from that first ship. See how
Not
fast
right
we
now.
can get. Yeah.
We have to leave now. Gavin walking up the deck up to the what's the steering wheel called in ship terms?
I think it'd just be the ship's wheel. I know there is a proper term, but
The
I don't know it off the top
helm?
of my head. Oh, there we go.
Helm. That works. Yeah, I'm walking up to the helm and I look over to Mara. You should probably go be with him, even if it's just silence. He needs it.
Yeah, And she slowly walks off to follow Val.
As she's walking off, I say, I'm sorry you had to see all that.
Stops for a moment, and she keeps.
I go up to the helm and I start piloting, and Barrick, grab the captain and the bosun. The navigator, I'm going to need you all again.
Alright. And he'll go off to grab those two. Bring them up, and then
Let's navigate out of this hellhole. Don't want to stay here any longer than we have to. Any rolls to Lana? Any rolls to navigate out?
I'll not have you make them. With how absolutely sharpened from adrenaline and that urge to move you are, few things are escaping your notice, though it is a quiet and stoic navigation. Where before there might have been banter, there's a sense of weight that hangs about the ship. Pressure that you can feel sits on everyone.
I should have kept my mouth shut. Who else is doing what?
Berg's probably.
Well, and
Go ahead.
yep. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, you. No, you.
No, Barrack probably would have spent most of his time, like, while they were in there, still in the Shattered Isles. He would have just been helping to navigate out as needed, and probably just making some notes on it for later. But
Barrick would be the only one to hear me whispering that under my breath then.
that's like he will definitely he will definitely give Gavin like a bit of that side eye of just like it's like of that I hear what you're saying, but I'm not gonna comment on it. But that's mainly what Barrick's gonna be doing. Koga.
Huh? Yes.
I know
What are
you
you
were
doing?
wanting to do something.
Well, as I said before, Gideon is down to very specifically being basically going to avoid the rest of the crew, the rest of the party outright. He is basically sitting firmly near the brig, saying almost over guard over the captain.
So where did Val?
Val just slinked off to his room where he's been sleeping at. I assume Mara's also probably been technically sleeping there too. And I don't think he even bothered undressing at all before just lying in the bed. He
Wet.
is Yeah,
Very
he's
wet.
very he is a wet, he is a very wet rat.
He's a drowned rat.
He is a drowned rat. And
Face down in the pillow, gurgle, gurgle.
no, he's probably lying, facing up, and he pretty much hits that bed, and the sheer exhaustion just hits him like a brick, and I imagine he just passes out. And that is actually incredibly unusual for Val, as he does not sleep. Even when the two of you are like lying in bed together, he's not sleeping.
He's just watching you the entire night.
No, he's not a creep. He just doesn't need to sleep.
Is this D&D or Twilight?
Oh
Yeah.
God! No! I'm out of here. Bye.
No, it's it's not the creepy version. It's the romantic Aerosmith.
Fuck that shit. I'm out.
Doesn't want to close his eyes. Don't want to fall asleep because he'll miss you, babe, and you don't want to miss a thing.
Amara walks in a little bit after, sees him lying on, sighs, just drops her bag on the floor, down next to him, and just hugs him.
I think that unless anyone has anything, that's where we'll call it.
Mhm. On the
All
path.
right.
It's like finally like on the path, hopefully back towards what their original, target was, which was Barrick's home.
Ugh. Well, that was
That was
An
a ride.
episode.
yeah. Damn. Oh. Oh boy.
Emotional whiplash.
Hooray, inter-party conflict. Let's go.
Fucking
If-
love the
if-
drama.
If
Yeah.
Mara had said anything else, or if Gideon had said anything upon Gavin asking about the captain, I was about to ask if I needed to make like a charisma saving throw or prevent fucking raging as a werewolf. And let me tell you, those saves are hard. It's like 10 plus the level of the character.
Oof.
So 23 at the moment.
Alright.
It's like Barrick definitely, like, while he still had a hand in it, technically, it's just he's more of that like semi like he's that not all the way in the loop as to what happens.
My God, he carried out the order.
Guys, why are mom and dad
Oh my gosh. I initially, when I first took Lana in for private time, asking him, hey, can I have some private time? That was me conspiring with him
Oh.
on doing that. On having Barrick drop the spell and destroying that ship, killing everybody in it. And I have the spell, obviously you guys know, I have the spell water breathing. which I can select up to 10 willing creatures to use it on.
Mara crosses her arms. Well, I'm not willing.
I did initially think about like stating that, but I actually thought people were gonna ask me like, "Oh, how does water breathing work?" And no one did it. I was like, "Okay, I'm not gonna open that can of worms if I don't have to."
You know, it's like here's the thing. I knew what it does.
Gideon
It's
refuses and dies with the crew.
I straight up, I actually had Lana can contest to this. I had that planned that if Gideon refused assistance from Val, he was going to leave him.
Oh.
His only care at that time was to rescue Mara. He was willing to rescue Gideon, but he also knew Gideon would probably fight him. So if Gideon was going to be willing, like going to willingly fight Val on essentially getting out of that situation, more or less, he was going to leave him behind.
That's
Mara, he would have brought back. Yeah, Mara, he would have brought back dead or alive.
So now you see, Mara, why I gave you that little tidbit that I did, which I'm not revealing to you, Val. So you get to wonder about that.
Oh no.
Interesting.
It's okay. I've done a lot of wondering today already. They don't know what happened.
She already
under the
knows
sea.
that you're possessed by the demons of the sea.
Yeah. I am so glad, Lana, that we did that second like little steal away of Under the Sea, like just you and I, because oh man, that would have been. They get to wonder about that, and that's fun.
Glad you liked it. Glad you liked it.
Oh, I'm so glad you presented the option of if I could do that one-on-one, or if we just wanted to do it in the group call.
So next session, it's the level 15, and suddenly, Val's a warlock.
I mean, the potential is there.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
my.
potential in which way? Potential in him becoming a warlock, or potential in us leveling up? Hmm?
Both.
Find out. As is my favorite go-to phrase, find out.
Oh, is it not fuck around and find out?
Bro, you know I don't swear.
We
You know,
already
that's
fucked
actually
around.
that's very valid. I don't think I've ever heard you swear.
I've heard it like 3 times.
I tried to
When
get him
was
to
in
swear
one of
once,
these
and he
sessions?
refused.
I'm shocked.
But yes, anyways, I hope you guys all enjoyed. And
Oh, robot.
real quick
Oh
before
shit,
we
we're
head
still
off,
live.
in next week, assuming, you know, everything goes to plan, we will be doing something else, as I will be running these poor schmucks through the Tomb of Horrors.
Ooh.
So
I am genuinely excited.
Oh, everybody's robot. Got it.
oh,
Rip.
but yeah, so I hope you tune in for that, and I hope to see you guys next time. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Goodbye.